all my beautiful little unicorns, and welcome back to my channel. If this is the first time that you're on my channel, my name is Vanessa and I, and I'd like to welcome you into the fam. So guys, in today's super accurate and timeless pick a card tarot reading, you get to pick 3 times in order to figure out precisely what the next big surprises are that are coming towards you. So allow me to explain to you how this tarot card reading works and how you can pick your 3 different parts in order to create your very own personal psychic reading. So for the first round of your predictions, you will get to choose from these 4 groups that I have prepared for you right here. And don't worry, I will introduce you to each one of these groups in just a moment. And once you've received this very first round of your prediction, you get to click the timestamp below in the description box or pin to the top of the comment section, where I have the timestamp for the segment of this video in which you get to pick again from 4 different groups. And you selecting one of those 4 groups will provide you with your very own personal combination of round 2 and round 1 of your prediction. And then lastly, I have all 12 signs of the zodiac prepared for you. That's right, for the 3rd round, so the 3rd time you get to pick your group, simply click the timestamp of your zodiac sign and you'll be fast forwarded to the 3rd and final part of your personal prediction about all of the next big surprises that are coming towards you. And I strongly recommend that you not only watch your sun sign, but also your moon and your rising sign if you want to tailor this prediction precisely to your birth chart. But in any event, you will find that this pick a card reading is so highly personalized, as you get to pick 3 different times. The amount of combinations are truly endless. So you really know that this reading is completely personal to you and the intuitive choices that you have made. But now enough talking, let's get into the first round of predictions. So the first round is based on these 4 groups, which I will introduce you to right now. Group number 1 corresponds to the crystals, the stone deck, as well as the Howlite crystal point. Group number 2 corresponds to the wild Muse oracle deck, as well as the rainbow angel aura quartz. Group number 3 corresponds to the wild unknown tarot deck, as well as the Aqua aura quartz. And group number 4 corresponds to the Daily Crystal Inspiration Oracle deck, as well as the Labradorite crystal. But the timestamps to all 4 of these groups, as well as the next groups that you get to choose from and all zodiac signs, can be found below in the description box, as well as pinned to the top of the comment section. So all you need to do is click your timestamps and you'll be fast forwarded to the relevant parts of this video. And if this is the first time that you're on my channel and you feel right at home in this little safe space, make sure that you don't forget to subscribe to my channel to never miss another tarot card reading. But now I want to get straight into the readings. I am going to be starting off the first round of your readings with group number 1 of round 1, which corresponds to the crystals, the stone deck, as well as the Howlite crystal point. So if this is the group that you chose for round 1, then please continue watching. And to all of my other beautiful groups and signs of the zodiac, I will catch you at the click of your timestamps. Hello group number 1, and welcome to your reading. You chose the crystals, the stone deck, as well as the Howlite crystal. Let's first do a little close-up of the crystal of your choice. This is the beautiful marble-esque Howlite crystal. You may have chosen it because it's very aesthetically pleasing, but in case you didn't know, this crystal is actually one that brings out really calming energy and energy that keeps you grounded. So if that is something that you have been in need of in your life as of lately, you know why you actually intuitively felt drawn to this stone. Now, you also felt drawn to this crystal right here, which is the carnelian. Now, the carnelian is known as a stone of energy as well as passion. Let me just remove the deck for you so we can focus on this crystal of your choice. And the carnelian is also a stone that allows you to just go with your gut feeling. You should put it wherever you want to inject some passion and confidence in your life. For example, your palate, your pelvis. And if you're kind of feeling a little understimulated in some areas of your life, that is an indication as to why you felt drawn to this stone. But now let's get into the next big surprises that are coming for you. We know now why you felt drawn to this group number 1. So let's see precisely what you can expect next in your life? We've got life purpose. So I definitely see for you that what comes as a surprise is finding your life purpose and finding a deeper meaning in your existence. Up until this point, maybe you didn't even realize that you're kind of still in the kiddie pool of your life. You're in the shallow waters, and things are going to gain a lot more depth than you ever thought possible. Now, that doesn't mean that you haven't done the work, group number one. It doesn't mean that you're not a deep or a mature person. It just means that you still have so much more of your life purpose to uncover and discover and to truly live. So if you've always felt like there's a little something missing in your life, or like there's just something that isn't quite right, I want you to know that what comes as a big surprise to you is that actually what you were missing was your life purpose. And here within the bowl, I can see that what's going to come with that is a lot of material things. You actually leaning into your life purpose and into a career that really resonates with what you're meant to do here on planet Earth is going to bring you so much material abundance and success, so many riches, really, like financial abundance that you absolutely did not expect. But it makes a lot of sense because there are a lot of people who are highly successful who will tell you that the most important thing is to follow your passion and follow your purpose, and everything else will chase it, whether that's money, whether that's fame, whether that is more free time, whether that's good health, whatever it is that you desire. Know that as long as you're following what feels right, what intuitively feels like this is meant to be yours and this is something that you're meant to do, everything else will fall into place. Sometimes you just need to give it a little bit of extra time. Next up, within friendship, I can see that what comes as a next big surprise is a new friendship that is starting from a very interesting place of passion, of actually maybe even having a romantic interest. But rather than jumping straight into being physical or romantic with another person, I see that actually the best relationships in your life are based on friendships. Even if you are looking to be with someone romantically, basing it on a friendship is the best thing you could do that will give you the most longevity, group number one. And I see here within the skull that why creating a friendship first is so important is because hidden secrets harm you. Group number one, you are not the type of person who can put up with deceit, who can put up with lies, or who even wants to. And you know what? You shouldn't. That's not something you should be okay with. But of course, in order to vet a person and to figure out whether a friend or a lover is trustworthy, you definitely need to just give it time, right? You need to build a connection that isn't just based on infatuation or lust. And this is something that I see that you're doing more and more, and actually it becomes a non-negotiable for you moving forward. The vine shows me that what comes as a surprise is you seeking out information that will help you in order to gain plenty of material things. Why this comes as a surprise is because you have never looked so rigorously for information that will bring you to your life purpose. You have never put so much time and energy and effort into learning something. And just to give you an idea of what I mean, for example, when I discovered tarot and oracle decks, I put so much time into seeking out information because I felt like this was my purpose. This was something I had to do. And I literally read every book under the sun, every blog. I watched every video I could on these topics in order to learn. And that's what I see you doing here with your life purpose. And it will be so fruitful for you, quite literally speaking. Leave a little banana emoji below to let me and others know that you chose group one within round one in order to kick off your highly personalized prediction. Next up, we've got the valley. Now, what the valley means is that you're receiving some deep personal strength and peace, which assures your success. And by receiving that, I mean you are gaining that from a place of learning to be the best at what you do. So the only way really to be very confident, and not in a cocky way, not in a way that doesn't make sense, is to actually master your craft. And I see here in the valley that you will really stop at nothing in order to assure your success. And this brings some really deep personal strength and deep personal peace because you know you're doing everything that you can in order to be successful, in order to assure and guarantee that you're going to get to where you need to go. And when you do everything in your power, that just always leaves one with a feeling of peace, of tranquility, of feeling centered, because you know everything that you could was done. And the spotted eagle ray shows me that then there are also no control issues. You can just let situations go because you know you've done the best that you could, group number one. And I want you to know here that what comes as a big surprise as well is that in romantic relationships and interpersonal ones, you are actually not in positions where you feel jealous or where you feel like you have to control things. Relationships and friendships that are meant to be will just be so effortless and easy for you to entertain that you can let go of any jealousy or overthinking. I see within the longhorn cowfish that what's coming as an unexpected surprise is a valuable gift. It's something that you absolutely did not see coming, like a piece of jewelry. It could be an engagement ring. It could be a family heirloom. Just know here within the longhorn cowfish that this shiny and new thing brings you a lot of pleasure. It brings you a lot of this feeling of being cared for, because it's not about the money that was spent. It's more about the time and effort that went into getting you something so thoughtful and something that is so unique. So there's definitely someone who's going to bring you a really nice gift that you didn't expect, group number one. Next up, we've got the Three of Swords, which shows me here that when it comes to just letting things go, it's still a little challenging for you, group number one. You're not exactly the type of person who does well with deceit or lies or half-truths. So that is where I see here in the Three of Swords that there can sometimes be a little bit of a struggle. However, the Seven of Batons shows me that you are in a place where if you have to fight through a situation mentally in order to get out the other side, being healthier, being more stable, you will. You're someone who's very resilient and very strong. And I also see that this attention that you're getting in form of a valuable gift that you actually didn't expect is hyping up your confidence. It's giving you a little bit of an ego boost, not gonna lie, group number one. And it's definitely something that is allowing you to see that, hey, you know, people do care about you and people want to do things for you, and you are also deserving of really nice things and nice gifts. Now, the Hierophant shows me here that despite the fact that things are going well in a material sense, I see that you are still super connected to the spiritual realm. The Hierophant shows me that what comes as a great surprise is the fact that you continue to grow and remain very curious about different things in the unseen realms. But there is also a bit of an inner conflict, group number one, not gonna lie, where you're not quite sure what to go with. Once you think religion is a good idea, then you're more on the side of atheists, then you just don't want anything to do with it again. And it's just a little bit of a up and down situation that is not easy to navigate. However, I see within the Six of Swords that you are managing to integrate your beliefs with the beliefs of those around you and not be afraid to express how you feel, even in the face of family members or friends, for example, who are very religious or who can be a little bit judgmental when it comes to other people's beliefs and religions and things like that. But I see that you're not going to let anyone intimidate you to conform to what they think is right. You've got your opinion and that's it. I see here within the Six of Cups that, of course, that opinion is one that is malleable, but not under pressure. You will not be pressured by anyone. I see that what comes as a big surprise as well is that you are having a lot more of an appetite, quite literally speaking, maybe for bubble tea and sweet things, but just overall, you're consuming a lot more food because with following your life purpose, you are doing more things, you're leading a more active lifestyle, and this means that you obviously are also burning more calories, so you need a little bit more fuel for your body to keep going. I see within the Seven of Swords that if you have suffered from, for example, body dysmorphia or an ED, something like that, don't be surprised if there is a little bit of guilt there. I see that the Seven of Swords is indicative of falling back into some old patterns before getting out of it for good. So falling back into some old patterns and feeling like you don't quite have control over your life, and then realizing, hey, this is not for me. Like, for example, if you had an ED or you struggled with certain substances or even something like procrastination, when you fall back into doing certain habits that you had left in the past and you realize why you left those habits in the past or why you wanted to get rid of some toxic friendships, you won't make that mistake again, and then you will actually end up leaving it in the past for good. The Six of Wands is a card of triumph and of victory. This is a very positive card, so it's a confirmation that leaving unhealthy, unwanted habits in the past is something you will do after a very short relapse. But don't worry, group number one, about this short little relapse. It's nothing to lose sleep over. It's nothing for you to feel super scared about. You will manage it just fine. Next up, we've got the Five of Cups, which shows me here that once you have turned your back on a toxic friendship, a toxic situation, unhealthy habits, your back is turned for good. You're not turning back around in order to face it or to invite it back into your life. And this actually requires a lot of inner strength and a lot of maturity as well. But also remind yourself here that if you do that in situations with friends or family members or just people who maybe do deserve a second chance, you may miss out on an opportunity for reconciliation. So see everything as a case-by-case situation. And do know here with the Five of Cups that usually when your gut is actually telling you it's good to turn your back on a situation and not look back and not go back to an unwanted situation, usually your gut feeling is right, but some doors you can leave open for just a little crack. Now, group number one, this is the first part of your prediction that I've received for you. So in order to complete your personal tarot reading and figure out all of the unexpected next big surprises that are coming towards you, scroll down into the description box, click the timestamp in which you can select from 4 other groups in order to receive part 2 of your reading before we then move on to part 3, which is based on your zodiac sign. So make sure that you combine these 3 parts in order to receive your very own personal prediction. And I will catch you at the click of your next timestamps. Hello, group number 2, and welcome to the first part of your 3-part prediction, where we're going to figure out precisely what the next big surprises are that are coming towards you. Now, you chose the Wild Muse Oracle deck as well as the Rainbow Angel Aura Quartz Point. So this is the beautiful Rainbow Angel Aura Quartz Point that you selected. Now, this is a stone that brings radiance as well as excitement into your life, in case you didn't know why you felt drawn towards it. But now let's move into the first portion of your prediction so we can see what surprises are coming towards you next. We've got stormy as well as big changes. So group number 2, there are some huge changes that are coming towards you, and you are going to think as though things are going out of control, things are crazy, because you guys know I'm always completely sincere with you within these readings. I don't sugarcoat anything. And stormy, I definitely see here that some of the surprises are going to feel like they're too much, or like everything is changing from the ground up the way you've known it up until this point. But know here in connectivity with big changes that sometimes you need to completely rebuild certain parts of your life or your existence from the ground up to find happiness and peace, whether that be leaving toxic relationships in the past, or for example, completely starting a new job and career in order to find happiness. Because sometimes if you're already in a relationship or in a job, in a career field, there's only so much you can try to tweak and change and work on, but you will never have that true happiness and fulfillment as if you're in a situation that is really meant for you. So I see that what comes as a surprise to you is that changes that are coming towards you are very profound, but at the same time, they have to be profound in order for them to be so positive, in order for them to be so fitting for you and your lifestyle, your goals, and your aspirations. Let's see what else we've got. We've got the woman. So as a surprise, there is a woman coming into your life who is going to contribute to these surprises that are coming towards you. So this woman is someone who is actually here supporting you, who's actually here helping you weather this stormy situation. So it could be a mother figure, a grandmother, a best friend, just someone who has a lot of divine feminine type of energy. And I see here within there is always a way that this is exactly the advice that they're giving you through all the highs and lows, the ups and downs, and the unexpected surprises. So you don't actually have to wait to receive this little piece of information. You've already got it here within your reading, group number 2, to remind yourself, even during tricky and difficult times and tasks, that there is always a way to come out the other end thriving and in a situation that you're proud of, that you really desire to be in. Let's move further into your reading, shall we? Let's see what surprises are coming towards you. We've got the filled chair. So someone new is entering your life, and adding more into this, they're bringing great happiness. Group 2, the surprises that are coming towards you are happy surprises. They're surprises that are bringing you happiness, joy, excitement, maybe even love. I want you to know here that the filled chair shows that there are people surrounding you that are going to positively influence you and surprise you. All of your surprises have to do with social interactions that are fulfilling and relationships that actually have longevity because they are healthy. And I see here within compassion that what comes as a surprise for you is that there are people in your life and in the vicinity of where you work and you do most of your things that are a lot more compassionate than you've ever kind of given them credit for, group number 2. So maybe you had lost faith in humanity for a while and you kind of felt as though we're in a situation where a lot of people are taking individualism very seriously and kind of putting themselves on a pedestal and forgetting that community matters as well, that elders should be respected and treated with care and so on. But I see that what comes as a huge change is that you're actually entering an era of more compassion for those who don't get that, but also seeing that forgiveness is important and moving forward and giving people second chances because people do change. Group 2, if you think about how you were 10 years ago, you're probably unrecognizable today. You're probably a completely different person, and you wouldn't want people to hold you to that standard of who you were 10 years ago, now would you? And I see that you're giving other people that same grace, that same space to grow, to change, to elevate, to become better versions of themselves. And I see that what comes as a big surprise is this huge increase in your well-being, both mentally as well as physically, this great happiness that you have. And there is this female figure that is really contributing to it. And with There Is Always a Way in the filled chair, you are spending a lot of time confiding in this person, talking to this person. It could actually even be a therapist who is helping you weather stormy and difficult situations, and it comes as a huge surprise how much more happiness you have in your life when you're able to express what you're going through and talk to someone who doesn't judge you and who just gives you space and time to say what you need to say and be however you want to be, to show authentic reactions. And I want you to know here within confidence that what comes as a big surprise is that even through these stormy situations of big changes, you're actually finding a huge increase in your self-confidence because of the fact that you've got a great support system. You can see that even daunting changes can turn out really positive and can turn out in a way that really makes your life better. And furthermore, I want you to know, group number 2, that the big surprises that are coming towards you are like personal revelations. It's like these moments of enlightenment, these moments of wisdom that you didn't expect or you're not used to or you haven't felt in a very long time. Now, the beluga whale shows me that what comes as a huge surprise to you as well is that you're a lot more open to trying new things than you've ever been. And there are people who are inspiring you to do that, but it also comes from a place of compassion and having a lot of interest in understanding the human psyche and what goes on in people's minds, and just trying to understand more in general without judgment. That is the type of development that I see for you. It is a development of wanting more peace in your life and less suffering, and feeding your curiosity, because you feel like the more you know, somehow the more you understand that you don't know anything at all, group number 2. And in a sense, the more you know, the more you also find it difficult to judge, because you can understand that there's so many different ways of seeing the world, and people have had so many different super individual experiences. It's not really fair to judge people based on just a split second or a little moment of action that maybe doesn't even represent them, or only represents one part of who they are. Now, the great white shark shows me that what comes as a big surprise is that there is an opportunity that is hot and heavy and important, and you're going to strike when the iron is hot. Now, this opportunity comes as a surprise because it is unique. It is a huge chance for you to grow as a person. Maybe it is a business opportunity that you didn't expect whatsoever, and you're taking it immediately. I also want you to understand here with forgiveness in the filled chair that this is an opportunity to reconcile with someone who used to be in your life. It could be an ex-friend or an ex-partner, a family member that you were estranged from. And I see that through forgiveness and finding new confidence in this relationship, you want them back in your life even after a stormy time. You understand there's always a way to that, to happiness coming, to well-being, being a part of this relationship and connection, and you're going for it. You understand that forgiveness is essential to move forward in any relationship, and to have a healthy relationship where you're not holding grudges, where you're not in a space where there's a lot of emotional burden, or there's just overall a lot of the sensation of still feeling regret. Now, the deep sea blind shrimp shows me here that you're using all your senses, and what comes as a surprise is how much your sixth sense is actually helping you and leading you. You're not used to such a close connection to your gut feeling, or the sixth sense, however you'd like to call it. And I want you to also know here in the deep sea blind shrimp that you may have just needed time to mature, group number 2, time to grow as a person, to quite literally gain a couple years to become sensitive enough to your energy and other people's energies, to then develop this, in a sense, almost psychic ability, I'd like to say, that comes as a surprise, that comes as a way for you to confidently make decisions and confidently forgive and go for reconciliation, go for mending relationships that maybe went through a struggle or a very tough time. Next up, within the 9 of voices, I see that what comes as a surprise is that something is keeping you up at night, but this is not something bad necessarily or something difficult. I want you to know that what's keeping you up at night is curiosity. What's keeping you up at night definitely also has to do with these thoughts of knowing that you want to move forward and forgive, and asking yourself precisely how you want to do it, how you want to go for it, and you've just got a lot of ideas, so some temporary insomnia may come as a surprise. The 2 of materials shows me that you are trying to find this balance between investing in a situation, thinking about it, contemplating, self-reflection, but also stepping away and giving yourself time and privacy to just be in a situation where you're recharging, where you're not just constantly overthinking or just have your mind racing all the time. Sometimes you need quiet, and that's what I see in the 7 of emotions. What comes as a big surprise here in your life next in the 7 of emotions is how many choices that you have to make new friends and new romantic partners. Maybe you even already have a roster of some people, for example, and I want you to know that you get to pick, you get to choose. You are the prize, group number 2, and the 7 of emotions shows me here that you're taking a lot of time to truly make the right decision, and this may actually even come from a place of like minor PTSD, minor trauma, where you have been in a relationship that was toxic or unhealthy, and you don't want that to be repeated moving forward. You want to break that cycle and that pattern. Okay, we've got 2 final cards for the first round of your reading, group number 2, before we move into the second round, which you get to choose again, because this is a personalized reading. You get to put this together all by yourself. So we've got the 3 of Inspiration as well as the Knight of Voices. Now the 3 of Inspiration shows me that the more you understand that you're the prize and you act that way, it has this domino effect of just gaining more confidence and more audacity, if you will, as I see in the Knight of Voices, to speak up. The Knight of Voices shows a very outspoken version of you, a version of you that is very smart, witty, quick, and intelligent, and very unafraid also to state your worth and your value and the fact that you know it. So people are not going to mess with you when it comes to telling you that you should settle for less, or you should be more realistic, or you should kind of just be okay with whatever's out there. Not for you, group number 2. And I want you to know here that what comes as a really big surprise is that the more you don't agree to settle for less, the more you see this domino effect of the things that you really want just flocking towards you, because it's clear that you're not going to deviate from that. So you're energetically on the frequency of the things that you desire, and therefore also attracting those things into your life more effortlessly. Now, group 2, this is the first part of your reading. Now scroll down into the description box, click the timestamp that corresponds to you being able to pick the second part of your reading, where you get to pick from 4 different groups again, before we then close off your personal reading with a zodiac sign portion, where all of the timestamps are provided below in the description box as well. But it is imperative that you pick 3 parts in order to complete this reading. So make sure that you make use of those timestamps, and I'll catch you at the click of your next group. Hello, group number 3. Welcome to part 1 of your 3-part prediction about all of the next big surprises that are coming for you. You chose the Wild Unknown Tarot deck as well as the Aqua Aura Crystal Point. This is the beautiful Aqua Aura Crystal Point. I will leave the link to this rare crystal below in the description box, as I do sell this crystal on my online shop, and you guys always complain that it's sold out very quickly, so don't say I didn't tell you. I still have a little bit of stock of this crystal. So if you feel very connected to this crystal of your choice and you'd like to add it to your collection, you know where to find it. So first up, we've got Justice for you, group number 3. I can see that part of the big surprises that are coming for you is that if you are in a legal situation or a disagreement that you feel as though you were losing, actually you're going to end up on top. I see that justice will be served, and also there are some situations in which you underestimated your luck and your position of power. You maybe also kind of underestimated how caring and giving certain people can be. For example, if you're in a difficult situation, like you have an issue with your car, you need to pull over, and you may not expect people to be as generous and as helpful as they actually will be, or you're in a difficult situation at your work and there's a coworker or even a boss who is more than willing to sit down and talk to you and find a solution. So I definitely see here that there are some surprises coming towards you that restore your faith in humanity. Next up, we've got the Ace of Wands, which shows me that you've got huge ideas, life-changing ideas that come as great surprises towards you, group number 3, because these ideas are so unique, and you understand that sometimes all it takes is a great idea, as well as then executing that idea in order to change your entire life and your entire existence. And that's what I see coming towards you in the Ace of Wands, as well as here within the 7 of Cups, that it is completely your choice what you want to do with your life. And you're coming to this realization. It comes as a big surprise, especially if you grew up in a strict household with parents who are very controlling or narcissistic, or kind of already told you what route they want you to go down. And just thinking about culturally, for example, parts of my culture, there's this joke that if you're not an engineer, a doctor, or a lawyer, you're automatically a failure. And I say this as a joke, but this is the case in a lot of cultures where it feels like you can't really choose a career. But I do want you to know here that it is completely up to you in the end to ensure that you're happy. And trust me, your parents, the community, they'll get over it when they see that you're actually living your purpose. Next up, we've got the Daughter of Pentacles. Now, in the Daughter of Pentacles, I can see that you're just starting out something new when it comes to your career. You're starting out something on a completely fresh note that you've never tried before. So switching jobs, maybe changing studies, or just getting into a certain field of work. And I want you to know that what really sets you apart from the competition is all of your innovative energy, your creative spark, the fact that you bring a breath of fresh air to situations. Don't underestimate that, because I see that surprisingly, you actually don't know your worth and your value in the marketplace as much as Spirit feels like you should. I see here within Judgment that that is precisely what goes on in your head. You can be a little too judgmental, a little too hard on yourself and your accomplishments and the things that you feel you're capable of doing and the things that you're worried you cannot execute or you cannot properly deliver on. I can see here that you're underestimating your endurance as well as how disciplined you are compared to other people. I see that there are people who really look up to your emotional maturity a lot and who wish they had a little bit of that. And furthermore, as a big surprise, what comes towards you is that you will rise above any situation that wasn't meant to be, in a sense of actually being guarded and protected. Like if there is someone you're absolutely crushing on and infatuated with and you wish you were with them, when it doesn't work out, it is actually you being protected from someone who's maybe toxic, who's maybe narcissistic, who maybe wouldn't have your best interest at heart. And this is something that you will only notice in hindsight. And in the moment, it may be difficult, it may even be painful. But group number 3, sometimes these sacrifices need to be made in the form of not being in that relationship that you initially thought you wanted to be in, or not getting that job that you thought was your dream situation in order to get something that's even better and even more destined to be yours. So what comes as great surprises towards you is situations in which you thought you had lost or you were in a losing position, but actually you are in that position to be protected from something that isn't meant for you, that's actually on a lower level than where you're meant to go. Next up, we've got time to move on. So that is precisely what we've got for you, group number 3. The fact that what comes as a surprise is that you have to cut your ties with a lot of people who are kind of stuck in a rut or who aren't as dedicated to doing the inner work, who aren't as dedicated to growing themselves, to self-development, and to ensuring that they stay competitive. Because there are some people where after high school or university, or we'll see that they kind of stop learning, they kind of stop dreaming, they kind of already have their life laid out in this cookie cutter way where you know when they're going to purchase their home, have children, maybe do a little bit of traveling, and it's just this thing we've seen over and over again, and they're aware of it, and that's what they want to do, and it may make them happy. But the thing here is, in time to move on, you're moving on from anyone who is making you feel like being different is inadequate or makes something wrong or weird about you. I see that precisely here in the 4 of Cups that we just received for you, group number 3. The 4 of Cups shows that you're not entertaining those types of friendships where you get these kind of backhanded compliments or comments about, well, you know, don't you think it's time for you to settle down or to stop dreaming or whatever the little dig, the little jab may be. I see here with Injustice that really you don't need that. You need people in your life who are balanced enough to understand that they can live their life, their beliefs, their values. They can do all of these things that make them comfortable, but at the same time, they can also be supportive of the fact that maybe you want to live a more unconventional existence. Maybe you want to explore other things to a whole nother level of depth before you settle down or do something that other people in your community or society would typically do. The Hierophant shows me that you are very different from most people surrounding you, and what comes as a great surprise is that spiritually you are actually seen as quite the leader. Whether you're religious or spiritual, or you're kind of just dabbling in different belief systems and figuring out what you really resonate with without putting pressure on it, I want you to know here that a lot of people look up to your open-mindedness and your ways of being, and that comes as a surprise when you see that even in tricky situations, people are so willing to help you out and be there for you. The Chariot shows me here that what comes as a big surprise is that when you have these big life-changing ideas and also ideas of how to make the field of work that you're in a lot better, you take the bull by the horns and you move forward with a lot of vigor and a lot of energy. The Chariot shows me here in connectivity to the Justice card that you can find work-life balance while still being the one who drives everything forward more than anyone else, while still being the boss or the soon-to-be boss and the person who just overall has like this big picture thinking for where to go next. In a queen of everything. Don't be shocked, group number 3, if you end up as the CEO or CEO of a big corporation or your own. If you end up being treated as the matriarch of your family, the person that people come to when they need advice, that people respect and look up to. Queen of everything is a card that shows me here that what comes as a huge surprise to you is just how much more power you've got than you ever expected or have given your existence credit for. The Eagle shows me, in the end, there will be triumph over obstacles. I can see here that triumph over troubles and obstacles is something that you maybe didn't quite expect. You may have thought that there are some obstacles and some troubles where you will lose, or maybe you won't make it out the other end in such good shape. But group 3, you are really underestimating the positivity of these surprises that are coming towards you. I see here within the cobweb that you're protected from negative forces beyond your control. We can't make this up, group number 3. It's very clear that your reading is an exceptionally positive one when it comes to the upcoming surprises that are coming towards you, which is also why I urge you to make sure that you add on part 2 and part 3 of your prediction, just to get a very clear image and picture of the surprises that are coming towards you, and so you can get excited for it. Now, confidence shows me here that because everything is going smoother than expected, and in a way, you're receiving a lot more recognition than you ever thought you would. This is building up your confidence. This is making you understand that if you can do one thing, you can do another, and the next and the next. Like if you can, for example, build a business or get a degree, then you can do something even harder than that. You can get through even more complex or challenging situations. So sky is really the limit for you, group number 3. Within family, I want you to know that what comes as a surprise for you next is that there are some changes in your family. There are some changes in which you are actually taking steps forward a little bit more quickly than you ever thought or anticipated. This could be bonding with another person in the sense of starting your own family or growing your own family, but it could also mean taking on the role of a parental figure for someone younger than you, taking on the role of like a mentor, of someone who looks up to you, of a mentee that sees you as the queen of everything. And within the handshake, I want you to know that what comes as a huge surprise is that a meeting with a stranger could be so important and life-changing, could completely catapult you and your career in a new direction, in a crazy big successful direction that you maybe never even expected. But we will look more into those details in the upcoming parts of your personal prediction. So group 3, what I'd like you to do now is utilize the timestamp, and just like you did during the intro of this video, choosing one of 4 groups in order to receive the first part of your reading, you get to do this again. I've got a timestamp where you can head to in order to pick part 2 of your 3-part reading. So you tune into that, and once you're done with that, you click your zodiac sign in order to receive part 3, which is the final part of this personal tarot card reading. So you can add all of these different predictions that you have selected that are unique to you. You can put them together in order to receive a combination that is absolutely unique and one of a kind, and you know is truly meant for you and is a personal experience. So group number 3, I would like to thank you for being here, and I'll catch you at the click of your next timestamps. Hello, group number 4, and welcome to part 1 of your 3-part prediction about the next big surprises that are coming for you. You chose the Daily Crystal Inspiration Oracle deck as well as the Labradorite Crystal Point. Let's first do a close-up of the crystal of your choice so you can get acquainted with its energy and vibration. You guys know I love doing this at the start of all readings. The Labradorite is so unique. As you can see, it kind of glistens in these nice little bluish shades and hues depending on how the light hits it, but honestly you can see it a lot better in natural sunlight. Here you can just see a few little areas. Can you see that right there when I move the crystal? The Labradorite is actually a stone that helps you connect to your intuition. This is a stone that is really supportive if you're trying to generate some protective energies around you. So if you're looking for a great crystal to wear or add to your home, Labradorite is it. I believe I also have Labradorite in my online store. It's linked below in the description box in case you're interested in adding this crystal to your life. But now let's move into your reading. First up, we've got the aragonite. Now within the aragonite, I can see that what comes as a big surprise is that you're letting go of some emotional baggage that you've carried along with you for a very long time. So if you've had some childhood trauma, difficulties, PTSD, you've been in very difficult, challenging situations, and those actually had an impact on you for a long period of time. Like if you were in a toxic relationship and your confidence was knocked, or you had a parent that you feel didn't really support you or believe in you and maybe still doesn't, that can also severely affect you. I want you to know in the aragonite that what comes as a surprise is that you're not only learning to live with what you've been through, but actually to drop that emotional baggage from having any type of power over you anymore. Wow, we've got a few cards that popped out of the pile that clearly need to be a part of your prediction, group number 4. We'll start off with the hematite, which was the first one that popped out of the pile. Now the hematite is representative of grounding yourself, and I can see that what comes as a huge surprise is that the more you practice grounding exercises such as walking barefoot on the earth, meditating out in nature, or just in the sunlight, I can see that the more you will be able to deal with your emotional baggage and situations from a healthy distance. And the pink opal shows me that how you're managing to do this is by being kind to yourself. This is something that you haven't done quite enough, group number 4, and this is not to call you out or to have the complete opposite effect of you feeling bad about it. No, this is just to remind you of the fact that you deserve to be kind to yourself. You deserve to feel good. You deserve to release unwanted emotional baggage that has just been holding you back and just slowing you down. I see here within the epidote that what has taken time and why this is a surprise is because going deeper can sometimes require a lot of courage and patience, and it can be painful to relive certain things that you've been through. But I want you to know that what comes as a surprise is that the more you deal with these things, the more you actually feel like you're being kind to yourself, because it's not about perfect progress. It is about the process and just taking little steps forward day by day. And you're doing so by going deeper whenever you can, and also loosening your grip on feeling like your identity is tied to what you've been through. If you've had a difficult childhood, it can be easy to fall into this place where in certain situations you say to yourself, well, I don't come from a great family background, so no wonder, for example, I can't get this job as easily because I didn't go to this certain school, or I don't come from this background. But remind yourself here that you don't have to allow those limitations to be the truth. This quote is really, really accurate. Whether you believe you can or you cannot, you are right, group number 4. And remind yourself that there is always a way to get to that dream place. It may not be as straightforward, as conventional, or as easy as someone else's route, but you can still get there. And the things that you will learn along the way will actually then put you ahead of people who have gotten to where you're trying to go with ease, because they don't understand what it's like to be strong even when there is no light at the end of the tunnel. They don't understand what it's like to be humble, to be frugal, to have to let go of your ego or your personal wants and needs just in order to survive. And when you have that instinct, that survival instinct, when you have been through some tough stuff, that is something no book can teach you, and that is something that no privilege can give you, that type of inner strength. So honor it. Have gratitude for it, and know that it will serve you in many ways moving forward. In the agate, I can see that what comes as a surprise is you moving back into balance. Back into balance because, of course, these emotional traumas are not weighing so heavily on you anymore. And as we've got here in the smoky quartz, you are letting things go that were hard for you to even look at, process, or think of in the past. So if you think of something you have been through that was tough and it makes you a little cringy, a little uncomfortable, I want you to know, group number 4, that what comes next for you as a surprise is that there will be this turning point, this moment where all of a sudden you just feel neutral towards it. There is no anxiety anymore when you see his text message. There's no stress when you open your emails or your letterbox because you don't know what the next big bill or situation is going to be that you were worried about. I can see here that you are able to let go of fear controlling your life and your emotions. Here within Stormy, I want you to know that what comes as a surprise, of course, is that once you have learned to not be emotionally attached to your baggage, there will be situations in which you feel as though no matter how stormy it is, you know how to ground yourself. You know how to be kind to yourself. So even when you go through life's ups and downs and trials and tribulations, it's never the end of the world, and it's never that big of a deal because you know how to self-regulate. You know precisely what to do to make yourself feel better and get yourself out of a difficult situation. And furthermore, group number 4, you are the type of person who knows that this too shall pass. Any storm will end up with there being calm weather, with there being some sort of sunshine, some sort of clearing of dark, stormy skies. And you know that life really is 10% of what happens to you and 90% of how you react to it. The 10-90 ratio is all about you taking control back, reminding yourself that you don't have to be a victim. Your life doesn't have to always be a reflection of difficulties. It could be a reflection of how strong you were, of how determined you were to rewrite your story and your history, and to not continue some toxic family patterns or some trauma that has been passed down for generations. In perfect moments, I can see that what comes as a surprise for you is that moving forward, there will be many moments where you wish that you could just stop the time. You could be there forever. You would never have to leave, and you can just enjoy these perfect moments for the rest of your existence. Now, of course, there is this little fleeting sense of why does it need to end? But at the same time, it's very positive to see that this is even part of your experience, because there are a lot of people who wish that their surprises will be so positive that they just want to stop the time and freeze it and be there forever. Within the beluga whale, as a surprise, you're trying some new things, you're looking into some new hobbies, and I can see that these new things actually have to do with self-care. So think, for example, trying sound bowl rituals, trying sound baths. For example, here in the 10-90 ratio in the beluga whale, trying out using crystals as little healing methods and practices. Purchasing oracle and tarot decks for self-reflection, for self-development. These are all new things that you're dipping and dabbling into, and I want you to know here that that is actually going to help you be really calm, be a really amazing host with some unexpected guests that are coming towards you as a surprise. So someone will be visiting you very soon, group number 4, and I see that you will enjoy some perfect moments with them. This could be a moment of friendship, of laughter, of fun. It could also be some very perfect romantic moments with another person. We have yet to find out more about your situation, group number 4, because this is just part 1 of your prediction. I will now move into the second part of your reading. How you can access this is by using the timestamp below in the description box in order to get to the part of this video where you can pick from 4 groups again. Just as you did during the intro, in order to pick the Labradorite, you get to do that again. The timestamp is provided below in the description box, so you click it, pick part 2 of your prediction, and then watch that second part before, last but not least, you will receive a reading that is based on your zodiac sign, making this a highly personalized 3-part reading, something completely unique for you, as there are endless amounts of combinations, but you know that yours is 100% meant for you, group number 4. So make sure that you utilize those timestamps, make the most of this prediction to figure out what more unexpected surprises are coming towards you, and I'll catch you at the click of your next timestamps. Hello and welcome to round 2 of your personal prediction about the next big surprises that are coming for you. So for round 2, you get to pick from these 4 groups once again before we enter round 3, where you get to click your zodiac signs timestamp. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's first go more into depth about these surprises coming towards you during the second round of your reading. So allow me to introduce you to the 4 groups of round 2. Group number 1 corresponds to the Star Codes Astro Oracle deck. Group number 2 corresponds to the Below the Surface Oracle deck. Group number 3 corresponds to the Spellcasting Oracle cards. And group number 4 corresponds to the Cosmic Oracle deck. But the timestamps for all of these 4 groups for round 2 are below in the description box, as well as pinned to the top of the comment section. I'll now give you a little moment of privacy so you can meditate on the 4 groups in order to pick the perfect group for round 2 for you. Pick whichever group you intuitively feel drawn towards. If you can't make up your mind, feel free to tune into multiple groups, because your reading is truly individualized, and it may be a mixture between multiple different groups as well as your sun sign or your moon sign. So pick whichever you feel the most drawn towards, and then I'll be right back to guide you into your readings. So by now, you've hopefully been able to select one of these 4 groups. I will be starting off your readings with group 1, which corresponds to the Star Codes Astro Oracle deck. So if this is the group that you chose, then please just continue watching from here on out. And to all of my other lovely groups, I will catch you at the click of your timestamp. Hello, group number 1 of round 2. Welcome to your reading. Let's get straight into it. You chose the Star Codes Astro Oracle deck, and I can't wait to figure out precisely what is coming towards you in form of some big surprises. We've got a Scorpio as well as Venus. So someone who's got their Venus in Scorpio. Now, your Venus placement within your birth chart is the placement of beauty, love, affection, attraction. I see in Scorpio that we've got a very intense water sign. So someone who is a little possessive, someone who can get a little jealous, not in an unhealthy way, but they care a lot about you, and they're a very intense lover. So they want a close relationship with you. And I see that this comes as a surprise for you, group number 1, because it just feels like what you've always wanted, someone who truly cares, but it's also a little bit scary because it is an unexpected addition to your life that you just absolutely did not see coming. Furthermore, within Mars, we have the planet of aggression, of assertiveness, initiative, and I see that this person may even come off as a little too strong. So while this person is interested in you and wants to be with you, I see that they're not necessarily going to be successful at getting together with you, group 1, because just overall, you don't want anyone who's too aggressive. You don't want anyone who does too much, where you feel as though your freedom is kind of being compromised, if that makes any sense. I want to figure out from Spirit what letters they've got within their name. So we've got R as well as I. Let's do a little more. We've got Y. Oh, and we've got S as well as N. So these are the important letters within this person's name, so that can help you truly identify them in this situation. But let's move further into your reading to see what more surprises we've got for you. So this is a fresh start. This is in the Chrysocolla. I see someone you haven't met yet. That's also why it comes as such a surprise, because you haven't met them. It's not like you would already know about them or know that there is someone who's crushing on you who has these strong Scorpio placements, either in Venus, Mars, or both, and who feels this way about you, who feels so protective and intense about you. And I see here within the pink opal that it's essential that you remain kind to yourself, even if you want to reject them, and this is not the type of person you want to be with. Don't feel bad about rejection, group number one. Don't feel as though it's something that you shouldn't be doing or that makes you a heartless person or anything like that. It's not true, group number one. It is really important that you remain firm when it comes to your boundaries, that you assert your boundaries. And I see here within the hematite that whenever you feel overwhelmed or you feel unsure, uncertain, ground yourself. Do some yoga practices, do some meditating. Make sure that you engage in some tasks that make you feel relaxed and that just kind of remind you of the fact that it's okay to say no, and it's okay to not be okay. Remind yourself here within the next surprises coming towards you that while it may be overwhelming and there may be some feelings of guilt, often this is a choice and you can completely avoid this by just taking a step back, looking at the situation, and also reminding yourself it's not that serious. The Five of Wands shows me here that what comes as a surprise is that there are people competing with you, and you're surprised about this because you've never thought about them as competition. So there are people competing with you and for you. The person competing for you we already discussed, but people competing with you, this is an interesting one. So there are people at your work who are really intimidated by you and the things that you bring to the table. I can see that they are the type of person that worries that you've got pretty privilege or just outer appearance privilege, and they see within Mars that you're also very driven and that you're not afraid. And this is something that is definitely challenging them to work harder. So the environments that you spend time in, you actually end up motivating people to do better. Now, the Nine of Cups, which showed up next for you, is one of the most favorable cards of the tarot. This is a card of not only celebration and a lot of fulfillment being in your life, but it's also a card that shows satisfaction and like anything you would desire and anything you want to manifest being able to come true. And this comes as a surprise because you just did not expect some of your bigger dreams, aspirations, and wishes to come true so quickly. And this further also adds into the competition, into this feeling of knowing that there are some people who are kind of jealous, who are wondering why you got to this point so quickly and they didn't. So group number one, there's a reason why you're here and a reason why you tuned into this group and this reading. Make sure that you watch your back. Make sure that you're very careful about who you share intimate details and secrets with. I see in the Father of Cups that you are someone who just doesn't really understand the concept of jealousy or of not wanting the best for other people because it's just not something that you relate to. It's not something you're familiar with. It's not something you have ever thought about really, because you are the type of person that others come to for wisdom, for calm energy, for caring energy, and you are also known to be very tolerant. So you're not actually feeling any way about people who feel competitively towards you or who are kind of jealous. You actually find it interesting why they would feel that way, because while your life may look perfect or really great on the outside, you too have your own struggles and insecurities and things that aren't going the way you would like them to go. But nevertheless, the Ten of Cups shows here that once again you'll be blessed with luck and with prosperity and good fortune, especially in romantic relationships and your friendships. The Ten of Cups is a card of ultimate fulfillment when it comes to those areas of your life, in case you didn't know this, group one. And this ultimate fulfillment shows an interconnectedness between you you and the world and really everybody. It's like you can take a little bit of wisdom and a little bit of knowledge from everyone you meet and vice versa. This is a time of sharing. You are in a cycle, in a season of your life where you can connect with anyone, no matter who they identify as, and you can form a strong bond and friendship with almost every human being because you're not judgmental and you're in a place where others feel like you're very accepting and safe to come to. So you know a lot of people's secrets, and this also comes with a lot of responsibility, but to you it's not a burden. You're not a gossip anyways, group number 1. So I see that what does come as a surprise is just how many new friends that you are making and how many wishes and desires that are coming true that you thought would need a little bit more time. And as a result, you're going forward a lot more quickly, a lot more rapidly than you expected. There's still a long way to get to where you'd ideally like to be, and there will always be a journey. I mean, life is never done, right? It's never finished. But know here within going forward that you see the light at the end, you see the next destination, and it's actually a walk that you're enjoying. You're enjoying looking around, taking in the scenery, the nature, other people's energies and vibrations, especially if they are good, and enjoying the process, really. And I see that that comes as a surprise, as we're so often taught either in school or by the media that the destination is really what matters, when actually it truly is the journey that makes everything, because the destination is such a small portion of the time and energy invested. Now, happiness shows me that what comes as a huge surprise is this deep internal happiness that is just creating this inner calm and peace where you know that you are in control of your happiness. You are no longer allowing somebody else to control whether you're happy, whether you're content or not. You are in complete control over your emotions. I see that in connectivity to the Father of Cups, and having this happiness card with the sun, which is symbolic of life, and these 2 dolphins, which are very intelligent, which show not only that there is a very smart, quick and witty mind here, but also one that cares about other people, that likes to be in a group and interact with others. This is all symbolic of your surprises being very positive ones. Remind yourself here within the flag that you will have this moment of doubt when it comes to a person. Don't doubt yourself. Don't doubt or lower your standards. If the Scorpio person is not who you want them to be, if you want someone who is just a certain caliber of man, woman, or person, and you are seeing someone who isn't fulfilling that, but they really like you and you could tell they would do anything for you, but you're just not that into them, don't lead them on and just let them go. Don't lower your standards for them either, because know in the angel that you are spiritually guided and protected from harm. You will get to that person that is meant to be yours. And when you find them, you will just know. The angel also holds a candle, which is a symbol of illumination and enlightenment. And when you know that there are pretty much plenty fish in the seas that you're in, not as though, you know, our oceans are filled with plenty of fish. The ocean is filled with a lot of trash, unfortunately, and there are less and less fish. But we are speaking about the ocean of possibilities of different people who you can be with, romantically speaking, life partners. And there are a lot of options for you, and you will be guided to the right one, but you will also be tested along the way to reject the wrong ones. The older woman shows me that there are dealings or a relationship with an older woman who gives you really amazing life advice, and maybe this older woman has showed up for you at an earlier point, and this is a confirmation to you to listen to your elders, to listen to those who came before you, and to remind yourself that at the end of the day you will think to yourself, wow, she really was right. The older woman really did know better, and maybe I should have listened sooner. The staff shows me here that you will be taken care of even in difficult times, and this may come as a surprise if you have always been afraid about being sick or unwell and being by yourself, or maybe getting old and being by yourself. If you have children, I want you to know they will be there for you. If you still want children, know that you will raise them to be the type of individuals who will take care of you in difficult times. Furthermore, if you are not at all thinking about family planning or thinking about that being an option, maybe you are on the younger side, the staff shows that should you end up in a situation where your health isn't where you would like it to be, you are taken care of. You've got friends and family who are more than happy to be there for you. We've got the dolphin again. We've had the dolphin twice within your reading already, group number 1. Leave a little dolphin emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that for the second round, you chose group number 1, because we would only know through the little dolphin symbol, and the dolphin is representative of financial gain, which usually comes from something that you did in the past. So this will come as a surprise because you already had kind of written off some of the efforts that you put into projects in the past that will still surprisingly bring you money and income that you just did not see coming, because as already mentioned, you had written it off, but nevertheless this financial gain is coming towards you as a big surprise. So group number 1 of round 2, this is the second part of your prediction that I've received for you, and I hope that you enjoyed it and found it insightful. Now for round 3, scroll down into the description box, click your zodiac sign, and you will be fast forwarded to your zodiac signs portion of this prediction to add that third and final part, which concludes all of the unexpected surprises that are coming towards you next. So I'll catch you at the click of your zodiac signs timestamp. Hello, group number 2 of round 2. Welcome to your reading. You chose the Below the Surface Oracle deck, or as I like to call this gorgeous deck, the BTS deck. It is actually dropping way ahead of schedule. As you guys know, this is the 4th deck that I have created and authored. I'm so proud to be using this Oracle deck within your reading. So let's get straight into it and figure out what the next big surprises are that are coming towards you. So we've got the Olive Ridley sea turtle as well as the flying gurnard. Let's first talk about your little sea turtle situation. So here I can see that what comes as an unexpected surprise is that you're getting out of your comfort zone more than you ever have in the past, because you have this inner knowing of what inevitably must be done, and you're not making excuses. So if, for example, inevitably you still have to make that appointment to call up your doctor for a checkup, and you know you haven't been there in a long time, or go to your dentist, or call up that company that keeps charging you $5 a month and you keep missing, like ending the subscription, if you know what I mean. Get out of your comfort zone. It's just a phone call, it's just an email, it's just a little interaction. You know what needs to be done. Goes for big things, but also little things. And I see here within the flying gurnard that emotions are running really high for you. You're going to feel super emotional about a situation where you're getting out of your comfort zone, and you have to ask yourself, is it worth it to overthink something as little as a phone call? Is it worth it to get super emotional or scared about something that is just scary in your head, but not actually scary or dangerous in person, right? Because when we procrastinate, when we've got fears, often we make it out to be bigger in our heads than it actually is in person. I see here within the giant oceanic manta ray that you are being reminded that life is a marathon, so don't burn yourself out in just one sprint. Remind yourself to keep your energy and your reserves for when it matters. The same goes for your money as well. Try not to spend too frivolously, group number 2. And also know here that what comes as a big surprise to you is that you're doing a lot better at this thing called life than you've given yourself credit for. You may sometimes look around and think, well, now I'm this age and I thought I would already be famous or rich or very successful or have traveled the world, and I still haven't. But when you then actually look around and see what others are doing and what you've accomplished so far, you're realizing you're not doing that bad. Of course, there are some things that you haven't done just yet, but at the same time, there's time. There's a lot more time than you've realized. Now, the ochre sea star shows me that you will be embracing some rapid changes that are coming towards you, but you're fully equipped for this. And what comes as a surprise is just how quick these changes are. Think to yourself, for example, the sea star has to live in such a tough environment with the tides. Sometimes it is blazing heat where the sea stars are close to shore, and then all of a sudden there's like this big tsunami and wave of water that washes over them. It's cold, things are moving, and it's just these constant changes within their environment, and still somehow they're equipped, they survive, they even thrive, and they've been doing this for hundreds and thousands of years. And I want you to know here that the message for you behind this is your surprise is just how well you can handle volatility. You may have thought that you are sensitive, that you are emotional, that things can throw you off track. And yes, all of those things to a certain degree may apply, but you thrive in situations in which other people would sink. You swim in situations in which other people would just go to the bottom of the ocean, really. And that is where I want you to know you are not giving yourself enough credit where credit is due, group number 2. Let's change that right now, shall we? I see within wisdom that the older you get, the more you realize that you cannot control certain things that have stressed you out in the past. And really, the best answer for you is to just continuously tackle the things that you want, to continuously get out of your comfort zone. If you're worried about your career or your finances, the only thing you can do to actually change something is to do better, right? Or is to take action, to learn new skills, to somehow make sure that in the future you're not in the same position. And to be in a different position in the future, that means you have to do something differently now to create a different future. If you do the same thing, or if you just stick around worrying, that means you're staying complacent. And in complacency, change is not born. Change is born as soon as you move, as soon as there is some sort of difference in pace. And I see that a great way to help yourself is to make sure that you are spending time in communities which inspire you. That could be joining a book club. It could be continuously watching these pick a card reading videos because you find them inspiring and you find the people in the comment section sweet, nurturing, supportive. Just making sure that whatever media you're consuming is pure, is clean, and comes from a community which uplifts you. That can truly help you to push forward in life in ways that you've maybe never been able to push forward in the past. And you will be pleasantly surprised by what you're able to accomplish in this way. Furthermore, sharing your thoughts and your experiences with your community will increase your wisdom, because you can talk to some people who have been precisely where you are. They can tell you what mistakes that they've made. They can tell you what they did well, what they would do again, what they would avoid, and you can use this wisdom for yourself to not make the same mistakes. You may still make other mistakes. However, at least you are not repeating something that you already know could be avoided. That is wisdom. It's crystallized pain. Next, with an upside down, I see for you, group number 2, that seeing things from a different perspective, that's the best thing that you can do for yourself at this point in time. You will be surprised at how different things look positively when you just look at things from a different viewpoint. Now, for example, you getting ill, getting a cold. Let's just say you get a common cold. Now, of course, it sucks. It's not nice. You may feel lethargic and down and like you can't work. But if you look at it from a different perspective, you could find gratitude in the fact that your body is smart enough to warn you about the fact that you've maybe been overworking, you haven't been eating healthily or drinking enough. Group 2, if you're dehydrated right now, pause the video, go drink some water and come back. Take care of yourself. See your body showing you things like thirst or having things like cold show up as a sign that it is time to take better care of yourself, and that maybe you've been doing a little too much when it comes to overworking and too little when it comes to caring for yourself. But of course, a cold can also just show up from any other situation. It is a virus, but if your immune system is already weakened, of course, you are more likely to feel the effects of it. So know that no matter what it is, whether it's a cold, whether it's some sort of fine that you received, a challenge at work, or a lover who is hot and cold, see it from the perspective of teaching you something, and of sometimes, even in difficult situations, finding grace and gratitude, understanding that it could be worse. Now you can still change things. Now you can still work on your health, but it could already be in a situation where it would be a lot more difficult to find balance and to find health. Now, within Love is in the Air, which is one of my absolute favorite cards of the Wild Muse Oracle deck, which, by the way, is almost sold out on my website and across Amazon.com as well as Etsy.com. So if you want your copy, get it quickly. I don't know how soon we will be able to reprint this deck. Now, with Love is in the Air, I want you to know that what comes as a huge surprise to you is a soulmate, a lover, a forever partner with whom you will be with whom you will do this thing called life, this marathon thing, right? So remind yourself here within Love is in the Air that this will come as a surprise. You will not have expected this person to enter your life. This is not something that you saw coming at this point in time, in the place in which you will meet them. And I see here within the Chrysocolla, like, it is a fresh chapter. It is a new start in your life that was completely unexpected, but also completely necessary for you, group number 2. So love being in the air, this is a great thing to see for you. It definitely fills me with a lot of joy for you, group number 2. And here within the Sodalite, know that the more real and truthful and honest you are, the more you are going to attract this soulmate and this lover, this great person. And also the more sincere and truthful you are, the easier it will be to not only embrace rapid changes, but also find people who can help you in challenging situations, group number 2, and being unafraid to ask for help. Speak up if you need help, if you are in a difficult situation. There's no shame in that. Actually, there are plenty of people who would be more than happy to help you out. Now, the Six of Pentacles shows me that there's a lot of balance that's coming towards your life that you didn't quite expect. And in the Fool, again, we've got this new beginning. Just as the Chrysocolla represents a fresh start, the Fool is the very first card of the major arcana of the tarot, and it is symbolic of a new beginning and a fresh start where there is some naive energy around you, but at the same time, you're just kind of really motivated and eager to do things, and that has a positive effect on your projects. The Nine of Cups is also known as the Wish card, the Genie in a Bottle card, the card that indicates that manifestations that you have been working on will come true, and that it will take minimal efforts for you to make these wishes real. Now, the High Priestess is indicative of learning, of furthering your studies, of getting some extra credentials, and this comes as a surprise because somehow you will be able to juggle that as well as have a personal life and some sort of private life, some sort of relationships, whether that be just family, friends, or a lover. You really can do it all, group number 2, and for some reason it comes as a surprise because maybe, as mentioned earlier, you need to give yourself more credit for the things that you're capable of and the ways in which you have learned to be resilient. We've got the Fool again for you, this time from a different deck. So this fresh beginning keeps getting hammered into your reading by your guides, group 2. So know that this card represents a new beginning, but also reminds you to not be too naive, to not take things for granted, and to still be careful. It is all great and dandy that you've got amazing ideas, that you're feeling driven, but remind yourself here that sometimes things can hold you back, things can trip you. You may be closer to some danger than you've ever realized or noticed because you've just turned your face towards where things look great rather than seeing that on the other side, things could also go wrong. So don't take any risks that are too big, group number 2. Don't get overly cocky or confident when things are going well. remain humble and remind yourself that you are a student and you forever will be a student of life. The 13th card is known as the Death card, and there's a reason why they've just got a number here, because a lot of people are afraid of the Death card, group 2, and I just want to tell you right now, it's nothing to be fearful of to have the Death card show up within your reading. It doesn't mean literal death. It is symbolic of a new beginnings. If there are projects that are just not really moving forward right now, or even relationships that are not really leading to anything serious, you're going to end them and axe them and start afresh. You don't need to see it through to a higher number than 13, because the major arcana actually has 22 cards. You're not going to see it through from the Fool to the World, which is the first card and the last card of the major arcana, and this is card number 13, so it's right down the middle. You don't have to continue to try with something where the puzzle piece just doesn't fit. You are going to start afresh. You're going to have your new beginning, the love story that you deserve, that you're meant to have. And I also want you to understand that when you quit something that isn't working, it doesn't make you a quitter. It doesn't mean that you've given up. It simply means that you value your time and you know it's not worth spending your time in those areas. You have to spend your time more wisely. Next up, we've got the Four of Coins. So also spending your coin wisely. That's what we've got here. See that what will come as a surprise is just how much you're able to save, how much you're able to keep money back, and in a way maybe you're even doing a little too much of that, and it's time to spoil yourself a little bit and have a little bit of fun, financially speaking, too. Lastly, for this portion, for the second part of your prediction in the Hermit, I see that the way will be lit up for you. What comes as a surprise is this inner knowing of exactly what you want to do next, but I also see a type of moment of spiritual enlightenment, this aha moment, this time where you feel like things are becoming clear and you're understanding the connections between yourself and others and how things work within this world and this universe on a deeper level and a more accepting level. But group 2, this is the second part of your prediction that I've received for you so far, but we'll now move into your zodiac signs reading, which is even more personalized. We'll have more details there. So all you need to do is now scroll down into the description box or to the top of the comment section, click your zodiac sign, and you'll be fast forwarded to the last final part of this pick a card tarot reading that you got to put together for yourself. So hold on tight and I'll catch you at the click of your zodiac signs timestamp. Hello, group number 3 of round 2 of your 3-part prediction about all of the next big surprises that are coming for you. You chose the Spellcasting Oracle cards in order to help guide you in the second, even more personalized part of your prediction. So we have one card that already popped out of the pile, which is the New Beginnings card. Let's add one more. We've got Dreams. So you've got new beginnings to your dreams, group number 3. I can see that dreams you've had for a while that have not yet materialized, you are finding new ways and new beginnings to reach them and to get to them. So this will be a very interesting next couple months within your life from the moment of you receiving this reading. And I can see here that within career, these surprises and changes and these new beginnings have to do with your career, with your personal life and your professional life, and how that puts you in this little bubble of accomplishing your dreams and also keeping your dreams safe, not sharing your dreams and your ideas with anyone who may infiltrate that bubble with unnecessarily negative or unhelpful energies. Within passion, I want you to know that because you never lost your passion for your dreams, you are being put in a situation where you can accomplish them through these new beginnings, through trying new approaches and being fearless and not giving up, which is really awesome for you, group number 3. And it just shows how life can in so many ways give you new opportunities to still get to where you want to go, even if you didn't manage to do it the first time or the first year around, or even years and decades ago, you may still do it later in life. Within strength, I can see that what comes as a huge surprise to you is just how strong of a person that you really can be when you're passionate about something, when you want to accomplish something, and when something is important to you. You've got a lot of passion for it, and also the strength to forgive those who have wronged you along the way. This is a very important kind of skill to have, to be able to forgive and let go and look towards a brighter, more beautiful future than to hold on to grudges and to things that just make you feel bad or sad or down or like you were taken advantage of. So know here within your dreams and these new beginnings that because you're in such a good mood as you're finding ways to accomplish your dreams and start things on a fresh note, which look more promising, you also kind of have it in you a lot more to forgive people who have wronged you or situations in which you were in an unfair disadvantage. It was clear, but maybe nobody did anything or helped you. Maybe you were a little too shy to say anything. Maybe you were just a child and you weren't protected the way you should have been. But let's move further into your reading, group 3. Next up, we've got success. Wow, an unexpected surprise coming towards you is success, is that your fierce nature will be rewarded and that you will be living in a land of plenty of everything that you need. A place that is comfortable, a place where you belong, and a place in which you can just be the winner that you are, group number 3. Furthermore, we've got miracles, we've got rainbows, mountains, a very beautiful scenery, and I do want you to know that what comes as an unexpected surprise is not just a miracle, but also a huge burden being released from you, a huge mountain, a huge weight that was on your shoulder that is being released like a leaf during autumn from a tree. So if you have been struggling with a legal case, or for example with financial issues, maybe you have been struggling with health issues or a family member has been, there will be this huge moment of release where this burden is gone. It's no longer something you're afraid of or overthinking or fearful of, because the problem is solving itself in one way or another. So this release comes as a big surprise to you, because you didn't expect it to solve itself or be over with so quickly. Now, it makes perfect sense why we've got the chrysocolla, which represents new beginnings, because after this release, after this miracle, after the end of this tough situation, you can start afresh, right? You have a completely blank slate to work with. And this ties in beautifully with our new beginnings cards as well, and the dreams. Your guides are kind of reiterating to you, hey, you're going to start afresh. There's going to be plenty of opportunities for you to still do certain things you wanted to do and thought you ran out of time for. And we've got the Labradorite, which stands also for finding a way to forgive. And we had forgiveness right over here within your reading. I'll add the Labradorite to it. So forgiveness is a big one for you in order to trigger and initiate these new beginnings and be able to make the best of them. If you cannot forgive, you cannot move on, and then you cannot make the most out of these new beginnings. So remind yourself how forgiveness is actually a tool for you. It is actually something you've got going in your favor. It doesn't mean that you're letting someone get away with bad behavior or with things that they shouldn't have done. You're actually practicing forgiveness for your own good and for your own forward movement. Now, the King of Coins shows me that what comes as a big surprise is how you're leveling up in business and in your career, how successful you will actually be, which you didn't expect, because maybe nobody in your family was ever this successful. Maybe you've never seen this level of success. And the Ace of Coins shows me that you are not going to be successful to this extent with the venture you're in currently, group number 3. It is going to be a new start, a new beginning. It's either going to be your next job, your next business venture or business idea that's really going to catapult you to the ultimate height of success you're meant to have in this lifetime. That doesn't mean that the success that you have now isn't valid or that you can't have success where you are right now, but I'm just saying the biggest portion, really the peak of your career, is going to be in the next venture that you're starting. But this one is already teaching you a lot and is already helping you understand who you are and where you're going. Now, the Knight of Coins shows me that it's important for you to have fun. What comes as a big surprise for you is just how fun it can be to be trying new things professionally, just how silly certain instances can be, and the only thing you can do is laugh. Even if it's a challenging situation that you're getting through, like if you are working in a business where there's constantly drama between coworkers, maybe you're even being drawn into it, just taking a step back and looking at how tiny these issues actually are compared to maybe some other difficulties and challenges that people are going through or you're even going through, sometimes it can just make you kind of laugh and smile and think to yourself, I don't need to take all this too seriously. Next up, in the Knight of Batons, I want you to understand that what comes as a big surprise for you is that you are switching directions completely in your career, and you're doing so fearlessly and with the strong conviction that you will be victorious. And you're probably right about that. We did have success within your reading. So moving into a completely different career field, a completely different position and job than something you've ever done before, and that's where you're actually going to thrive. So you just had to find what's right for you and then go for it in order to get to that ultimate success. But of course that also takes a lot of courage and a lot of drive, which you have, group number 3, and you've proven. So this is the second part of your 3-part prediction that I've received for you, and I really hope that you enjoyed it and that you found it insightful so far. But what I'd like you to do now is scroll down into the description box or to the top of the comment section, click your zodiac sign, and you'll be fast forwarded to the third and final part of this reading, which is 100% personalized and tailored to you. So I'll catch you at the click of your zodiac signs prediction. Hello, group number 4 of round 2. Welcome to your prediction. You chose the Cosmic Oracle deck in order to help guide you further into your reading about all of the next big surprises that are coming towards you. So let's delve straight into part 2 of your prediction before we then, of course, step into part 3, which is based on your zodiac sign. But these 3 readings are meant to go together. So let's figure out what part 2 has in store for you when it comes to surprises. So we've got intuition for you as well as integrity. So I do want you to know here that what comes as a huge surprise for you, group number 4, is the fact that you intuitively know whether someone has integrity, whether they're telling the truth or not. Your people reading skills are off the charts, and I can see that that is coming as a huge surprise for you, because in the past you've maybe had friends or even romantic partners whom you thought you could trust but ended up actually not being trustworthy whatsoever, and that may have made you truly question whether you can actually trust your intuition, whether you can actually read people, your choices in friends, in men and women, just overall in the people that you choose to keep around you. And I do want you to know here that what comes as a big surprise is that this isn't happening to you anymore, group number 4. Your body language reading skills are becoming so solid. So is your intuition, your sixth sense, and you know whether the person you're dealing with or the person who's right in front of you is really who they say they are or not within the first 10 seconds of conversation. I see within Shine that that actually makes you a very confident and radiant person. And it gives you this aura of confidence, but also this aura that makes people who are not truthful stay away from you, because they can tell that you're not going to take anyone's BS. You're not going to try to convince yourself that what they're saying could maybe be plausible. I definitely see within Shine that you don't have time for that. Either you feel comfortable and safe in a connection or you don't. But what you're not going to compromise is your self-worth, your value, and of course that feeling of safety that you just must have around the people with whom you spend the most time with. In Cosmic Connection, I see that what comes as a surprise is that you may actually have some sort of supernatural or extraterrestrial encounter that you're experiencing that you just absolutely did not see coming, especially if you're a bit of a skeptic when it comes to these things. I want you to know here within Cosmic Connection that you will intuitively know what it was, what that sighting, that feeling, that sensation was, that spirit and energy that you came in touch with. And I do want you to know here that this is all really positive stuff for you. And I want you to know that this is nothing to be fearful of. As humans here on planet Earth, there are so many different planes that we don't even know anything of. We're still learning so much. We only understand a teeny tiny bit of how the universe works, of what types of other forms of life may be able to exist out there and what isn't able to exist. And there are just so many things that are too big and complex for us to probably even compute or be able to understand in our lifespan and in our lifetime. And I want you to know here within the Orca pod that what comes as a surprise to you actually is the fact that you don't need to know everything. You don't need to understand the things that go on in the world precisely. You don't need to know all the details. At the end of the day, what really matters is that you have this interconnectedness and kind of a spiritual and emotional understanding of where things are with people. People will not remember necessarily how hard you worked, but they will remember how you made them feel. So even though you maybe don't know everything about another person, their heritage, their religion, their job, if you make them feel good and special, that not only allows you to shine, but it also allows you to create bonds that are meaningful and for you to kind of perpetuate this energy of care and compassion and empathy that has a ripple effect here on Earth and just shows that you are truly a team player. And this will make a lot of people want to be around you and just speak of you so positively behind your back. Next up, we've got the whale shark, which brings a message of letting your heart lead you. You hold an internal roadmap, my beautiful souls of group 4, and it's about time that you just allow for that gorgeous heart of yours to lead you to the next waypoint in your career, as well as your love life. You know internally what resonates and what doesn't. You know where you're okay with compromising, and you know in which areas of your life there are just certain standards that you want to keep up. And I see within the Moorish idol that one of those standards is unchangeable devotion. Having someone's full and utter Having someone's full and unquestionable loyalty, that is one thing that I can see here that you're meant to have. And as a surprise, you are not going to expect, I'm actually, funny enough, group number 4, I'm wearing this exact ring here from Bow Life from my brand that is in my latest deck, as you can see here. This is a blue topaz ring, and it's here on the Moorish Idol card as well from the Below the Surface deck. I love all of these little interconnected images, and I mean, what are the chances that we've got this within the same reading? So do know here that some sort of proposal, some sort of huge display of love and affection and unchangeable devotion is one thing that I see here coming towards you that is going to be a big surprise, because you didn't quite expect someone to feel that strongly about you, group number 4, but they do. They really want to be with you. They want to spend a lifetime with you. And I see within Trust Your Intuition that when it's right, you'll know. When you're with someone with whom you can potentially spend decades with, you will internally not have this feeling of, can I not? Trust your intuition when it tells you this person is actually someone with whom I can work with. This is actually someone who really cares about me as well and who wants to figure things out. Trust that gut feeling of yours when it comes to romantic relationships, and you'll be surprised at how easy it is to find the right one, because you're just going with what feels right. And that's the most important when it comes to connections. With the day you plant the seed, I want you to know that what comes as a big surprise is that a lot of the seeds that you have planted will be sprouting. And with seeds that you have planted, I mean effort you have put in prior, you've forgotten about that effort, and all of a sudden it's actually bringing you some results. For example, for me, with the day you plant the seed, when I create tarot and oracle decks, it may take me months and months of work of planting little seeds, of coming up with the ideas, of pushing the projects forward, and I don't really see any results until way later. These decks can take years even to develop, and I definitely want you to know here that then when you do see people holding the product in their hand, or you do see how things are going really well in your business, it is not an overnight thing, and all of these little seeds that you're planting, they are meaningful. Even if it seems like so far away at the time, it will be worth it. Group number 4, think long-term gratification. Know that magic can manifest when you aren't checking the clock, when you're thinking long term, and you're doing things that you love with integrity, with this connection that you have towards the hobbies and things that you absolutely enjoy doing. And the more seeds you plant in that direction, the more you will actually find that things go amazingly well for you. So we have 2 cards that popped upside down here from the Wild Muse Oracle deck. For one, we've got Claim Your Energy. So what comes as a surprise to you is that you're going to have to tell certain people to back off. And then we also have Tell It Like It Is. That's why I took a little moment to pause, because I was just so shook by how Spirit and the universe is being so clear when it comes to these messages for you, group number 4. I was just about to say you have to claim your energy and tell people to back off, and then we've obviously got Tell It Like It Is. I don't really need to say too much. It's very clear what message is being brought to you about how to act, how straightforward that you need to be when it comes to protecting your time and protecting your energy, group number 4. And you have to claim that. You have to take it seriously. Remember that your time and your energy is your most valuable resource. There is nothing that you can do on the face of this earth without time. Next up, we've got diligence. Now, in diligence, it becomes clear that some of the big surprises coming towards you is that the more diligent you were about details when planting seeds, when working on projects, the more magic can manifest. So when you want to skip doing a task as thoroughly as you could next time, try not to do that. Group number 4, it's not worth it. Remind yourself here within diligence that the more diligent that you are, the better the results will be in the long term. Now within power, I want you to understand here that what comes as a really big surprise is that in your relationships, you've got a lot more power than you ever realized. And I want you to know that these relationships most likely are family ties, in which maybe for a long time you were like the child or the young one. And I see here that the tables are turning. You've got a lot more power. You've got a lot more of this outspokenness, but also wisdom that people want a little piece of. So you will have a lot of people coming to you for advice. You will have parents coming to you for advice, as well as extended family. And this position comes with a lot of responsibility of keeping people's secrets safe, of having that integrity, right? And also intuitively knowing when to speak, when to just listen, when to offer people a helping hand. But I want you to know here that this is a big part of what's meant to be your life's purpose moving forward. You are meant to be a supporter, a healer. You're meant to be that person that has unchangeable devotion in their own love life, but also gives unchangeable devotion to friends and family, and of course your lover as well. So group number 4, these things go hand in hand, and this is a huge part of your life: loyalty and devotion and care and responsibility. But we're going to move even more precisely into your prediction. We are now at the end of round 2 of your prediction. Now what I'd like you to do to receive round 3 is to scroll down into the description box or to the top of the comment section, then click your zodiac sign, and you will be fast forwarded to the 3rd and final round of this pick a card reading, and then you will have put together your very own private prediction about the next big surprises that are coming for you. So group number 4 of round 2, thank you for being here, and I'll catch you at the click of your next timestamp. Hello, all my beautiful Aries babies, and welcome to the third and final part of your prediction about the next big surprises that are coming for you. So we're going to talk all things Aries in this part of your reading. All you need to do is lean back, relax, and enjoy this highly personalized tarot card prediction. First up, we've got the Lovers. What comes as a surprise for you is amazing romantic love. I mean, long-lasting love. The stuff you see in movies, the cheesy things that nobody wants to admit that they actually secretly want for themselves. So I see in the Lovers a partner who really gets you, respects you, and with whom you can do anything with, whether that's flying somewhere, quite literally speaking, traveling abroad, living in a different place. I see here within the Eight of Swords that they're the type of person who just gets you. You don't need to talk. You can be in your little cocoon, your little chrysalis, like a butterfly. A caterpillar is what I meant, that's about to turn into a butterfly, that's in that transformative stage. And this is someone with whom you can transform and reinvent yourself with over and over and over again. This is a relationship where you can grow, where you can become the best version of yourself. And as an Aries, you're a very pioneering sign. You're energetic and you need alone time. You need time to grow in whatever direction you see fit. You need freedom to do that. And I definitely see here in the Lovers that that's what you're getting in your love life. That is your destiny. That may come as a surprise to you if you've been unlucky in love, or you're not quite sure if you'll end up just by yourself, my beautiful Aries babies. But this is confirmation from your guides that actually your love life will end up with you having just that right person, that right partner. Next up, we've got the Two of Swords. This is indicative of some surprises coming towards you where you have to make up your mind and make a decision about how you want to use your precious time. Do you spend time working and accomplish more academically, financially, professionally, or do you spend time with friends and family and make sure that you leave a mark on this world? It's all about how you made people feel, not how much money you made or how successful you were when it came to work. And here within the Two of Swords, I can see that what comes as a surprise to you is actually when you're very stressed and you just want to try and do everything. The best thing for you to do is just do nothing, as I see here in the Eight of Swords, because as an Aries, when you are running around doing a million things at a time, you're initiating things, the quality of life is just not at an optimum for an Aries. The best thing for you to do is take a step back whenever you're feeling overwhelmed and then make a decision from a place of some space and reconsideration. I see here in the Seven of Pentacles, that's how you will grow and elevate and exponentially have more funds available, more time at your disposal, more things in the earthly realms that are going up, right? That are exponentially growing and increasing for you. As you can see, the Suit of Pentacles does represent like coins, and it's also the suit of the earthly realms. It is the suit that represents the element of earth, and the earthly realms means everything from time, okay, these finite resources, money, also your health, and just overall things that concern your vitality, your well-being as a whole. And within the Temperance card, you are definitely being called to take some steps back from, for example, drinking a lot, from consuming things that are unhealthy when it comes to foods, okay, fried foods, fats, drinking sodas, milky drinks, things that are filled with sugar, preservatives, and a lot of things that you just don't really need. And by don't really need, I mean things that taste good, but afterwards you just don't feel as good. The next day maybe you're hungover, or you kind of feel a little disappointed in yourself about your choices, and you're being called to temper yourself so that you never even need to feel those emotions, or you don't need to feel them very often at least. And the Temperance card is also representative of balance and health and having a good combination, a good kind of routine, if you will, that is very healthy for you. Now, it's not necessary for everybody to cut out, for example, alcohol or to cut out fried foods. A lot of us can do it in a balanced way and feel happy, get what we like, whether that be chocolates or some fun nights out with friends where we can enjoy a drink. And I don't drink, by the way, my beautiful Aries babies, never, because I don't enjoy it. But that doesn't mean that if I did enjoy it, that it wouldn't be worth every now and then indulging. But then at the same time, maybe for a couple days or the rest of the week, making sure that I focus on my health and focus on creating balance, because life isn't just about being the perfect vegan or the perfect vegetarian, the perfect non-drinker, the perfect marathon runner. It is about a balance. It is about finding a way that makes you feel healthy, but at the same time, you also feel like you can live, right? You also feel like you can indulge in certain things, enjoy certain aspects of life that maybe aren't per se the healthiest, but it's just good for your soul. So you don't feel like you're living in a space of just denying yourself of all of these things. With hope on the horizon, I see that what comes as a huge surprise for you is that there's so much hope moving forward to create a life in which you feel like you've got your lover, you've got your work situation set up, maybe even a family, and things are just exponentially growing. So you are investing, for example, in certain funds and stocks, you're investing in real estate, and you're slowly building more and more stability. But in order to get there, I want you to know here in connectivity to the Eight of Swords that what you needed to do was cocoon yourself away from anything that was like attacking this sacred space, this very open-minded headspace of yours. And by attacking that open-minded headspace, I mean, for example, small-minded friends or family members, neighbors, just people that you know, acquaintances, coworkers who constantly kind of have this edge of, well, you know, I don't think you can do it, or I think you're dreaming too big. You have to go in your little capsule and stay far away from that type of energy. And I see here within Beauty Sleep that that will give you so much peace of mind, such a sense of rehabilitation, and literally more time to sleep, because you're not dealing with people's constant drama. Of course, being there for friends and family when they are in a time of need or in a tough spot, that goes without say. That's what being a nice person or a good person to your friends and family is all about. But there are definitely some individuals who have a little bit more drama in their life because maybe they enjoy the attention, or they have gotten so used to drama that they're almost addicted to it. That's why we come back to temperance here, which is all about cutting ties with anything that is addictive to you so that you can be a free person. But you also have to cut ties with people who struggle with certain addictions and don't have them under control, and make those addictions your problem. Whether that be drama, whether that be actual substances, you have to put yourself first. And I definitely see that the moment that you do that, you will be so shocked and surprised and happy at what an upturn, what an uptick that's going to be for your life and your existence, and also your goal setting. Because yes, you've always had goals. You've always set goals. As an Aries, you're all about being a warrior, an initiator. You can be confrontive if you need to. Is that even a word? You know what I mean. Confrontation is something you can do if necessary. And you've got goals. You know what you desire. But now goal setting and really writing things down, that is something that is so important for you to do once you have changed up those connections that were dragging you down, and now you've got a fresh slate and you can dream big and write down big goals without feeling cringy, without feeling like, oh, is this a little too much? Am I kind of putting myself out here in a way that is not very realistic? You know, that's people's favorite thing, to tell you what's realistic and what isn't. And reality is what we make of it. And this is something that I feel a lot of people don't understand or don't want to comprehend. And as an Aries, you need freedom to shape and create your own reality. And it will come as a big surprise to you when you realize that even a lot of people very close to you, their reality is very small, it's very limited. And when they tell you they're not sure if you can do this or do that, or they're scared for you and your future, you're realizing that's actually a projection of their very small reality that they're projecting onto you. Now, you don't have to take that personally, even though it can be hurtful, but just remind yourself that you can set goals as large as you would like. You can set goals that are quote unquote outlandish. You can set goals that other people would say are crazy, and it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter, my beautiful Aries babies, because if you can think it, you can do it, you can reach it, you can achieve it. Maybe it won't be on the first try or the second, but you can get there. If you can imagine it, you can do it. Just think about it. Look around the room or the space you're in right now. If you're not in nature and there are man-made things, that was once someone's imagination. Whatever it is that you're sitting on right now, or that you're even wearing on your body, shoes, clothes, someone came up with that. Someone made a sketch. Someone came up with the fabric, with how to produce it, with everything about it. It was in someone's imagination before it became a reality. It didn't exist. So if you can think of something, you can make it, just like everything you see around you. Next up, we've got the Justice card. Now, this is one of my personal faves, not just because it corresponds to master number 11, which is a master number of initiation. And as an Aries, this really resonates. You're also the first sign of the zodiac, which gives you this energy of being the initiator, of being the one who's unafraid to start something new, to put themselves out there, to push, to be energized, to be disciplined and make things happen. But it is also a card of this sense of responsibility, of making decisions and knowing the cause and the effect. And that's one thing about Aries. You know the cause and the effect. You take responsibility. When you make a decision that isn't the best, when you decide to do something and you know it's risky, you know it may go left. When it does go left, you take responsibility and you know that, well, that was part of what the effect could have been. That is part of what the outcome could have been. And if it needs to be, I will deal with it. And that is what I can see here within the Death card. Now, don't be afraid of this card. It doesn't mean literal death. It will come as a surprise to you that we've got some big new beginnings coming for you. That's what the Death card actually represents. It represents an ending, a transition, an elimination of things that you no longer need, and just overall a sense of freedom once this transformation is done. And here in connectivity to Temperance, if you have anything that you feel you cannot live without, even if it's something that seems as insignificant as caffeine, I want you to know here that what comes as a surprise is that there is this moment of you wanting to test yourself, of rehabilitating yourself, of moving away from anything that you feel has a hold on you or controls you, or that you feel you quote unquote cannot live without, because you are coming to this point where for you, if it's not air, if it's not water, if it's not basic nutrition, you do not need it. And if someone is playing games with you, emotionally speaking as well, to you, you understand that if they are not part of those basic needs, you do not need them, and you will not put yourself in a position where you're overly emotional, where you can't focus, and where you feel like you are at the mercy of something, because you want to be a free being, my beautiful Aries babies. That is the next goal, the next step, the next big task that you are tackling. And in order to tackle that, the old you needs to leave. It needs to change. It needs to go through a transition. And that's where we've got the Death card. It is about a rebirth. It is about a fresh start for you. Let's look into the BTS deck, the below the surface deck. Now we've got the Mantis Shrimp. You're not giving up. I see here that what comes as a big surprise is that even if it looks as though you are in a very challenging position, or even when things look difficult, you know that if you can look up, you can get up. If you can continue to at least fight, at least breathe, at least try, you are not going to let anything beat you down and you just lay there and take it. You are a fighter, you are an initiator, and you're someone who understands that sometimes success is just around the corner, and that the worst thing you can do is give up at any moment in time. The Ambon Damselfish shows me that what comes as a huge surprise to actually a lot of people around you is when you use your voice, when you actually share your opinion. And by the way, my beautiful Aries, I have a video on my channel. I'll link it below in the description box. It's all about how others view you. You might find that very interesting. That's a very cool pick a card reading I did as of recently. So if you enjoy these readings, you find them relaxing and insightful, make sure you check that out next, right after this reading. So a thing about how others see you, surprisingly here, is that you are someone who is outspoken, but that doesn't mean that you speak a lot. You speak when you really have something to say. That's refreshing, because a lot of people just talk, but for my beautiful Aries, you speak when you've got value, when you've got something to share. And with the flower hat jelly, I can see that what is very important for you to do in order to be as healthy as you can be is to make your routine matter and to stick to it. So I want you to know that what comes as a huge surprise, especially if you're a bit of a procrastinator or someone who finds it hard to stick to certain routines, you're actually going to make a routine and stick to it, and it's going to be life-changing. That could either be meditating in the morning, it could be going to bed early, it could be other healthy habits. And I want you to know here in the Mandarin Fish that the reason why it will stick this time is because you're being gentle with yourself. You're picking up some positive habits during a time where you don't need to, where you're not forced to, where you're just doing it because it feels good, because it is something that fills you with some sort of satisfaction as well. And it allows you to just take some steps back and see things from a different perspective. And it's turning into a routine. These things are turning into habits, like, for example, meditating, for example, stretching, doing yoga. I want you to understand here that you're doing this because you want to, not because you feel like you have to, and therefore the results will be long lasting and very positive. Next up, we've got the vulture. So I do see here in the vulture, there's some overthinking. And this overthinking is coming from a place of knowing that you've got big goals and big aspirations, and you're a little bit worried about people saying things that you just don't need to hear that will knock your confidence down. I totally get that, because the rooster actually shows me that there is an arrogant, boastful person that you should not cross, that is kind of in close proximity to you. So you're being told to stay away from that situation. Spirit is guiding you to just keep your distance when it comes to that. As I see here within the purse, that now's a time for you to pay attention to your finances. Pay attention to where you're going, what your financial planning is. Every transaction that you make, the purse shows me here that paying attention to that is so important. Next up, we've got the rose, which is about romance being in the air. So what may come as a surprise to you? Just as we spoke about at the very beginning of your reading, now we are closing off your reading on this romantic note. Remember, we had the lovers for you right off the bat, my beautiful Aries babies. Now in the rose, know that romance is in the air. So true love is something that may come as a surprise, as a shock to you, that you're meant to be one of those people who has that love story, that 50-year marriage or partnership anniversary. You're meant to be one of those, my beautiful Aries, believe it or not. So we're at the end of your reading, and I really hope you enjoyed it. Make sure that you leave a little rose emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you were here, that you received this 3-part prediction, and that you enjoyed this. I'd like to thank you for spending this divine time and space with me. I love hanging out with you guys. Know that I'm sending you so much love, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, my gorgeous Taurus babies, and welcome to the third and final part of your highly personalized reading about the next big surprises that are coming for you. So let's see what those are going to be as we talk all things Taurus. So we've got gratitude as well as your shadow self. I see that the more you get to know the parts of you that you've maybe hidden or not felt super comfortable with, the more gratitude you will actually feel for yourself and feel for the fact that you are so strong and you've gone through so much in your life, and you're still here standing every single day, trying your best, putting your best foot forward, and being the best version that you know you can be. Next up, we've got the new chapter for you. So I see the connecting with your shadow self, which once again, those are the parts of you that you are a little unaware of, that you may keep hidden. Maybe there are certain parts of yourself that are insecure, where you feel anger or rage or just difficulty. And the more you find gratitude in these emotions, and that they can even exist, because with darkness you can also experience light, the more you will be able to enter this new chapter of possibility, and a new chapter in which with accepting your shadow self and the difficult things you've been through and the effects that they've had on you, you can actually not just work on them, but you can turn some of these things into some big strengths. Like, for example, if part of your shadow self is that you are fearful of success, so you self-sabotage or you procrastinate a lot, the more you get acquainted with why that may even be the case, the more moving forward you can do better for yourself. You can confront those fears. You can get rid of those fears. And when fears show up, you can just look at them and kind of smile and say to yourself, I know you, I know why you're here, and I know where you stem from, and I know you're not real, and you can't hurt me, you can't harm me. You're just a thought in my mind. So in Upside Down, it's really about your perspective, my beautiful Taurus babies. It's really about how you see things, the angles from which you look at things. Yeah, you can see a fear or part of your shadow self as something difficult and challenging, but you can also turn it on its head and see it as an opportunity, like what we literally just spoke about. Next up, be open to receiving. I see that what comes as a surprise for you is a really amazing gift, and it is important that you just receive it, just be open to it. If someone wants to give you something, my beautiful Taurus babies, be open to receiving it, to taking it, to gracefully saying thank you, and just enjoying the attention. That is one thing that our society kind of has made a little bit awkward, just receiving gifts, receiving things from people, even something as simple, free, and easy as a compliment. I mean, we are kind of trained to not gracefully accept, but instead kind of shrug it off and say, oh no, it's not true. But don't do that. Accept the compliment, gracefully say thank you. The person clearly wanted to say something kind to you, and why negate it? Why say it's not true, right? Remind yourself that actually that compliment, that is you, because every time you confirm that it is you, you're strengthening your self-confidence. Every time you say, oh, no, I'm not smart, I'm not pretty, I'm not accomplished, you're strengthening that part of yourself. And now, which part do you really want to be more prominent? Within fighting spirit, next up for you, I can see that giving up is just not in your nature. It's not in your blood. I see that what comes as a surprise to you, actually, is that your new chapter comes with a renewed sense of this fighting spirit, where taking no is not really an option. No for an answer to you, it's not really that there's a no to you. You feel like that means you're just asking the wrong person, and you will carry on. You will continue on and ask the right person until you find a source where you know that you can work with this individual, or you can start this new project and you can get things off the ground that you really want to, be it a business venture, or be it, for example, purchasing a home, investing in something. It doesn't need to work the first time for you to do it. You will continue finding ways in which you can get to where you're trying to go. Now, next up, we've got the deep sea blind shrimp, and I see you using all your senses, especially that sixth sense of yours, my beautiful Taurus babies. So using all your senses means not just your sense of smell, touch, but also your gut feeling. And one thing that I want you to know here that comes as a huge surprise is that the more you get to know your shadow self, the more you will actually find that your gut feeling and your intuition is on point, because you're not afraid to trust it. You're not afraid to actually lean into it, because you know the good, bad, and the ugly of yourself. So I definitely want you to understand here that delving into the shadow self, into the discomfort, will make you a lot more psychic, if you will. It will sharpen your instinct, your natural abilities to know whether something is safe or unsafe, and overall it will just elevate you as an individual. Next up, we've got the orange dotted tusk fish. Now, within this card, I can see that thinking outside the box is a big part of what comes as a surprise to you moving forward. You have some really, really amazing talents and gifts still within you that you haven't discovered. And I can see that this is part of the surprises that are coming towards you. And some of the gifts that you have been given are thinking outside of the box and problem solving, finding a way to make things work that others would find too daunting of a task to even tackle. So it makes a lot of sense that we've also got fighting spirit here for you, because yeah, you're willing to fight, you're willing to try things, you're willing to go the extra mile that others are maybe too afraid to do. And the orange dotted tuskfish is a huge indication that you have yet to discover some abilities that were kept hidden from you. Maybe you just had to mature and kind of ripen to the age where you could appreciate them and actually use those tools. Next, we've got the Lovers. Now, this will come as a surprise, an amazing relationship, a soulmate relationship, a twin flame one that can last a lifetime, with a partner with whom you can travel with whom you can quite literally fly with, and do a lot of amazing things within this lifetime. So know here within the Lovers that being on the same page with someone who respects you as well is not just a beautiful feeling, but something you will intuitively know when it's right. I see that in connectivity to the deep sea blind shrimp, because you'll use all of your senses, especially your intuition, and you will know this is the one for me. Next up, we have got this beautiful Two of Pentacles card, which shows me some transformation, some metamorphosis. I see here within the Two of Pentacles for you, balance eternally, balance between two polar opposites. For one, the driven part; for another, the part of you that just wants to sleep and lay in bed all day. And finding a balance that allows both parts of you and your existence to be at peace and at ease, that is what I see comes as a surprise, that it's a lot easier than you thought it was. And it just comes from a place of being open to receive, of practicing daily gratitude, and of understanding here that perfection isn't something that you need or that's even worth striving for, but instead just finding comfort, finding a place where you feel at home and where you feel like there is balance, right? Next up, we've got the Daughter of Wands. Now, the Daughter of Wands is a card that indicates some fire sign energy. Think Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius. It's very passionate, enthusiastic, temperamental, and spontaneous energy. This is the type of person that you may end up with, actually. They have strong fire sign placements within their birth chart. What that means is that their main zodiac sign, also known as their sun sign, may be in a fire sign, but we could also have their moon or their rising sign within a fire sign. And I want you to know here in the Daughter of Wands, they're very young. They have young energy. They may still be older than you, but their energy is very young and bubbly. And the Daughter of Wands also shows me that they're a highly creative person. They're the type of person who is enthusiastic and confident. They're very funny to be around. There's a lot of laughing. That's what I see here in a romantic relationship for you. Next up, and don't be afraid, my beautiful Taurus babies, we've got the Death card. The Death card doesn't actually mean literal death, so don't feel as though that's a unpleasant surprise that's coming towards you, okay? Just axe that thought out immediately. The Death card is actually a positive card, as it states an ending, a transition into a new phase, and an elimination of what you no longer need. We spoke about metamorphosis, and in order for metamorphosis to take place, the old shape needs to come to an end. We need to leave it behind, right? We have to make sure that we transition, that we eliminate the old, so the new even has space to grow and to take a hold. So that's what I want you to know here within the Death card that comes as a surprise to you. And receiving this in a reading, it seems so obvious, right? You need to let go of some old things to make space for the new. But sometimes when you're in the moment, it can be so hard to realize that in order to change or to do better or to have a different job, a different relationship, you may have to let go of your current job or your current relationship or your current identity, especially if it's not doing it for you and you've tried, you've adjusted yourself, you've tried therapy, you've maybe tried to find a way to find more passion in what you're doing, and you realize you just need a new, fresh start altogether. And there will be this aha moment, this moment where everything clicks and you understand you really need this new chapter. And yeah, there will be some fighting that needs to happen to get to where you want to go. There will be this part of you that is determined, that is fierce, that is strong, that has to be activated. You have to be confident and courageous to get to where you want to go, but it's so worth it. And it'll prove to you what's really in you, what you're capable of, and that really you're unstoppable once you've set your mind to accomplishing something. So my beautiful Taurus babies, this is the third part of your prediction, which I have received for you. And I really hope you enjoyed it and that you found it insightful. Make sure that if you did, you leave a set of boxing gloves or just a boxing glove below in the comment section to let me and others know that you were here, that you're a Taurus baby. And I'd like to thank you for spending this divine time and space with me. If you enjoy these readings and you want to be back in this space, make sure that you subscribe to my channel to never miss another one of my predictions. I'm sending you so much love, so many hugs, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, all my beautiful Gemini babies, and welcome to the third and final part of your prediction about all of the next big surprises that are coming for you. I hope that you enjoyed putting together the first two parts of your readings, and now we're going to talk all things Gemini. So let's see what surprises are coming towards you next that are life-changing, profound, and specific to your sign. So let's see what we've got. First up, we've got the Eight of Wands. Now in the Eight of Wands, I can see you taking some time here in this cocoon, which is actually called chrysalis. That's when caterpillars form into butterflies. When they're in this little cocoon situation, actually they turn into this soup. It's like their organs and everything is just swimming around in this mass. I know, TMI. And then they kind of like rebuild themselves from scratch, from the ground up, in order to turn into butterflies. So I definitely see here that there is some huge transformative energy that's going to surprise you, a huge glow up that you didn't see coming. And the people who you look at now, maybe on social media, the type of people who you kind of, you're not jealous, but maybe envy a little bit, admire a little bit, you will join that club, my beautiful Geminis. You will be part of those people. You'll have all of their traits. And I see here within the Ace of Wands that you will just overall kind of form into this new version of yourself that surprises you at just how malleable you are, how flexible you are, in a very positive type of way, and changeable in the sense of being able to become the person you've always wanted to be. Not just the best version of yourself, but the version of yourself that you've always dreamt of being. Next up, we've got the Four of Cups, which does show me that there will be some people who feel a little jealous of your situation, and that may leave you feeling kind of lonely because you know that you're going to have to leave people behind who aren't properly supportive of your glow up and your journey. If you've got friends or family who always make these kind of backhanded compliments, or just compliments that aren't 100% pure and sincere, you know this is your sign, my beautiful Geminis, that you're going to have to form new friendships and connections, or just strengthen the existing ones where you don't put up with that type of behavior, because that's not part of the glow up. You're not just glowing up physically, but also emotionally and with your standards about who you're keeping around you. Next up, we've got the Seven of Wands, which shows me that you're that one person who stands out from the crowd, that one person who's got this spark, this flame, that one person who really inspires others as well, and in a sense maybe intimidates others because they don't feel like they've got the same spark, and actually they really don't, as you can see. And standing out isn't always easy. It's not always something that leaves you feeling super happy or comfortable, because when you're different, it can be very apparent in situations and feel uncomfortable. But I want you to know here within the Seven of Wands and the Ace of Wands that you're realizing that's who you were just meant to be in this lifetime. And a lot of the people that you admire and find very inspiring and fascinating, they too stood out from the crowd and continue to do so for years or decades to get to where they are. If they were just regular, you would probably not know them. So they had some sort of amazing accomplishment as well as inner strength that they leaned into and that they sacrificed a lot for in order to be able to confidently stand in their power. And you're meant to be part of them. You're meant to be part of this hall of fame, if you will. Next up, in the Five of Cups, I do see here that it's important for you to have your freedom. And when your freedom is being questioned or being, in a sense, held hostage, as we spoke about in the Four of Cups, feeling like maybe you can't be your new, fresh self because of certain people who will say to you that you've changed, but not in a positive way. You can just kind of sense that there's this little snooty side to it, this little side that's a little almost not blaming you or accusing you, but just making you feel as though change is something bad. And that's where I can see here in the Five of Cups and the Four of Cups that you truly, truly need to remind yourself that change is the whole point. If we were to remain the same our entire lives, nothing would happen. There would be no progress. We would be kind of really unable to do life. Imagine if you hadn't changed or grown ever since you were a child, if you haven't furthered yourself and almost led like many different lifetimes since then. That would be tough. I mean, humanity wouldn't be where it is today. And here within gentleness, remind yourself to be kind to you, even if you have to do so alone because you don't feel as supported as you wish you were, even if that means that you are being gentle while the world is kind of harsh. Remind yourself here that things only last for so long. Everything is fleeting. Everything will come to an end. And it is essential that you are kind and gentle to your soul, and remind yourself that even if you're going through a confusing time or a time where a lot of change is going on and you don't know why it's happening, or you know that stage if you are someone who puts on makeup and you kind of look crazy for a while putting on makeup or while doing your hair before it looks good, before it looks the way you want it to. Be gentle on yourself in those in-between phases. Just because the in-between doesn't seem so promising doesn't mean that the end result can't be good. That's the whole analogy that I'm going for to help you understand what I mean with gentleness through the in-betweens. Next up, in goal setting, remind yourself that what comes as a huge surprise to you is that goal setting becomes a lot easier when you are aware of the fact that, yeah, you are one in a million, really. We're not just saying that. It's not just a cheesy way to tell you that you're special, my beautiful Geminis. It is 100% something that you will see as true when you've got these moments when you enter a room and you're just visibly different. Your energy is different. Your style of conversation, of presentation is different. The way people interact with you is a little bit more on a respectful level, or on a level where they are not 100% sure what you're thinking, or they even want to impress you. So you know that there's just something about you here through this transformation that stands out and that makes people almost a little nervous, a little intimidated. And you're going to use that to set some huge goals because it's boosting your confidence and your ego. You know that you've got what it takes in order to accomplish greatness. Now we've got the Three of Pentacles and the Hanged Man. It becomes apparent within the Three of Pentacles and the Hanged Man that when you're collaborating with other people or working with other people, look at things from their perspective in order to make sure that you don't get screwed over in any situations. Look at ways in which they can benefit from a situation and then kind of trace that back. So if you're working with someone who, for example, helps you with accounting or helps you with just something specific, a specific task, ask yourself what could benefit them. Could it be, for example, you not knowing much about the numbers, and that can benefit them because then they can put personal things where personal things don't belong numbers wise, just as an example. And then when you kind of see that or realize that, you can then check these specific little nooks and crannies to make sure that all of your collaborations and all of your teamwork is done on a very honest note, and that people don't all of a sudden get the idea that you're not really watchful anyways, so they can kind of do whatever they want, because with giving people a lot of trust, not only comes responsibility, but you have to still check up. And when people start to act weird about that, even if it's a romantic partner, that could be a red flag. That could mean that they've grown very comfortable. They've started doing things that they shouldn't be doing, and they are realizing that you might be onto it. Now, the Six of Cups shows me here that because you are so intuitive and you're the type of person who is also a great communicator, this really helps your relationships, and I see that you will always have more than enough people who want to work with you, who want to be around you, who want to do things with you, both romantically as a friend and also as a business partner, because the Six of Cups shows me a lot of patience and generosity that you have for people whom you care about. Now, the Ten of Swords shows me that what does come as a surprise, though, is that the side of you, the version of you that can be very cutthroat, is definitely just at a point where you know when to ask people out. So on one hand, you have a very soft, very caring and nurturing, patient side, and then on the other hand, you've got a side that is not going to waste any more of your life or your existence making excuses for people, giving them second, third, fourth, 10th chances. That's just not you anymore, and you're past that. For you, your most precious resources in life are time as well as your energy, and you're not going to use that frivolously or spend it in areas where you feel like you're just giving it away for free. Now, the Labradorite shows me here that you are taking time to also understand your dreams, quite literally speaking. So figuring out what your dreams mean, why they're showing up, maybe you even have nightmares and so on, as the Ten of Swords shows me that this is something you haven't taken as seriously as you maybe can. And sometimes dreams can also be an indication of what you're going through in your day-to-day life and where you're going at the end of the day. So do know here within the Labradorite and recalling your dreams that as a surprise, recalling your dreams will be easier for you if you're the type of person who never really remembers what they've dreamt of the night before. Know here that you will start to have a way better memory when it comes to that, and maybe even be able to write these things down, to journal about them, to keep them in a safe space. The bloodstone is indicative of a big surprise that comes towards you, being more physical fitness than you've ever experienced before. So being more in shape, fitter, having more endurance than you've ever had in the past. The bloodstone definitely shows me that just getting up and getting moving is something you're doing a lot more of, and you may find yourself even very much into jogging, running, being out in nature, creating a gym membership for yourself, getting up, getting moving, doing team sports as well here in the Three of Pentacles. And just overall not doing it because you want to look a certain way or reach a certain weight, but because it actually makes you feel good. And that's probably the healthiest thing you could do when it comes to exercise, when it comes to movement, doing it because it feels good and because it just overall helps heal and restore you. Next up, we've got the amethyst for you. Now, my beautiful Geminis, the amethyst is a sign of trusting your intuition, trusting your gut feeling, but it is also a crystal that brings out your intuition and allows you to delve into some of your psychic abilities. If you always felt like you were kind of a little psychic, I want you to know that you will be discovering a part of you when you look at things from a different viewpoint. So if you've ever thought that your emotions are like a negative thing because you're very sensitive and therefore you are the type of person who can be very reactive rather than looking at it as a negative thing, remind yourself that if you have a strong perception of energy, of other people's feelings and emotions, and you are very sensitive to things, that means you can also feel things. You're maybe clairsentient, and you can sense things that other people cannot sense. You can maybe sense danger before other people even realize anything's going on. You can sense what someone else is going through, so when it comes to your job, your career, business deals, you know what someone needs to feel comforted so that you can strike a successful deal. Look at it from a perspective that is different, that suits you, that benefits you. Because that is making the best of everything. That is seeing the glasses half full instead of half empty. And there's no reason not to, right? There's no reason to change the narrative and the perspective of certain things in your life to suit you, because why not? You've got one life to live. You might as well make everything a personal advantage. And also remind yourself, if you were bullied or in difficult situations growing up where you felt like the other and very different, maybe you're still in those situations, that can be your personal advantage. And for a lot of people, it is. Think to yourself, for example, basketball players. Maybe some of them got teased for their heights, and now that is their biggest advantage. That is basically a huge part of why they've got the careers that they do have. There are people who had a very different type of style growing up, who looked very different, and now they are models, or they are influencers, they are musicians, artists who have a very distinct and eccentric way of speaking, of dressing, of showing up, and that's one of their biggest strengths. That is what makes people recognize them, because they had something that was different and they embraced that, or they kept that, or they didn't choose to change it if it was a physical attribute that was simply there. So remind yourself here that a lot of the things that can at one point seem as a disadvantage can actually turn into a huge advantage. It depends how you see it and how you choose to live with it, how you choose to handle it. And the main thing here is the power of choice for you, my beautiful Gemini babies. So choose wisely about how you would like to lift yourself up and how you would like to turn some insecurities or challenges into your biggest strengths. So my beautiful Gemini babies, this is the reading that I received for you. Leave a little mouse emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you were here, that you enjoyed the reading. Also, don't forget to subscribe to my channel to never miss another video in this amazing, comfortable, safe space here on YouTube. Know that I'm sending you so much love, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming predictions. Hello, all my fellow Cancerian babies, and welcome to the third and final part of your highly personalized tarot card reading. I hope that you're enjoying this super unique space that I've created here on YouTube with these pick a card readings where you can truly put together your very own private prediction. So let's talk all things Cancer and what the next big surprises are that are coming towards you, or shall I say us, since I'm a Cancer too. First up, we've got the Empress. Now, this is one of my favorite cards of the tarot. This is a card of beauty, as well as motherhood, abundance, nature, and yes, you did hear me right, motherhood. So if fertility is something that you're worried about, or where you just overall have very strong feelings, either you want more of that in your life, or it's just not the right time for fertility to be a thing, look out for that, because the Empress is indicative of a big surprise being the fact that your fertility is on an all-time high, but also your attractiveness, your beauty, your looks. That's one thing that I see here in the Empress that you are being called to be made aware of. Next up, we've got the Temperance card. This is a card of balance of the major arcana. This is a card of health and a combination between fun, but also making sure that you are keeping your body and your mind in a state that it can perform properly in. So being very aware of the fact that whatever you do in your personal life, in your private life, it does affect you on every level. So whether you go out partying and you're drinking a lot, or you're eating unhealthy foods, fried things, just things that you know are not putting your mental state and your physical abilities at like peak level, be wary about that, be very careful with that, and also understand that in the Temperance card, you don't have to give anything up completely. This is about balance. This is about finding the perfect balance in which you can shine and feel good about yourself and be your best self, your most attractive self. Because just think about it. If you, for example, give up chocolate because you feel as though that is an unhealthy addition to your diet and it gives you bad skin, so on and so forth, you may be happy that you gave it up, but the suffering or you missing it may be a way larger portion of the time spent than feeling good that you finally gave it up. And if you're constantly feeling like you're missing out on something, or like you've given something up that actually really makes your life kind of nice and sweet, quite literally speaking, that can actually cause more damage and pain than if you were just enjoying and indulging in a balanced way that still allows you to be healthy. So know here within the Father of Cups that you've got this wisdom, you've got this mental capability to find the perfect balance, the perfect midway point to enjoying, but also remaining healthy, also ensuring that you're not doing anything to a degree that it is harming you or that it's not serving you. The Two of Cups is one of the most favorable cards when it comes to romantic love. So know that what comes as a surprise is romantic love in which, for example, starting a family or adding to your family is a big topic, or one that you are finally considering, especially if you've never considered that before. It just takes one person really to change that. It just takes one person to make you feel as though, actually, this is something that could be for you. So with the Empress and the Two of Cups, do know here that there is someone who will surprise you in their adoration, their devotion, and their love for you. The fact that they are so obsessed, they're in a place where all they can think about is you, and they want to be with you all the time. I see here within the Pyrite that they're most likely also somebody who has a great background when it comes to their family, when it comes to their finances. They are in a stable place. They're in a place where they can provide, contribute, and where just overall there is more than enough to go around for you and them and a future family. And they are just overall the type of person who understands that while money cannot buy happiness, it can solve a lot of problems, which allows you to experience more pain-free moments, right? And having financial stability means that you don't have to think about money and finances as much, and you can focus on your happiness. So it does buy you space and time and peace. Here within Aragonite, I do see that what comes as a huge surprise to you is once this romantic love is here and has arrived in your life, maybe you already have this person in your life, my beautiful Cancerians, you will be able to release emotional baggage that you were carrying around with you. So hurt from past lovers and also childhood hurt will be able to kind of fall off of your shoulders, if you will, because you're just not thinking about it so much anymore, because this person is giving you so much added confidence and love within your life and making you feel truly close to not only them, but also who you are at the core, and understanding that that is beautiful and so worthy. Next up, we've got the Turquoise. Prioritizing your health will come as a surprise, because you will kind of be slapped in the face with the fact that this is now your time to take care of your health physically as well as mentally. So just realizing that maybe you have been spending way too much time thinking about other things rather than your health. There will be this moment where you're working till really late, you're maybe out with friends till really late, and then there's just this aha moment where there is this change, this switch within you, and you realize, wait a minute, why am I doing this to myself? I feel exhausted way too much. It's hard for me to feel very comfortable in my body, and the funniest part is that it is my choice to either feel this way or not feel this way. So why am I choosing the more difficult route? Why am I choosing the more challenging way of life? And then you will come to this realization that you're at a place and in a stage in your life where it's time for you to just put your health first every single time. Not sometimes, not every now and then, but always. Your health, your sanity, your inner peace, putting that first. And know here in the Longhorn Cowfish that what will come as a surprise to you is a valuable gift that you did not expect. So you being in great physical and mental shape is actually something that will attract a lot of people to you, aside from this glow up situation as well. And they will actually be in a position where they want to give you physical gifts to woo you. Maybe that's their love language. Maybe that's just something they like to do. It ties in really well well with the Pyrite as well and the Two of Cups. So having romantic interests who want to do things with you when it comes to money, when it comes to gifts, material items. So expect that to happen more frequently and take it as a compliment. Some people's love language really is gift giving, especially valuable gifts. Just accept if someone would like to do that for you. And remember here within the whale shark to let your heart lead you. You hold an internal roadmap. You hold this kind of internal navigation system, if you will, that will bring you and lead you to the right place wherever you're meant to be in this lifetime. The whale shark also corresponds to the number 22, which in numerology is a number of balance. It is a number of learning, of, for one, being a teacher, but also not being afraid to be a student of life, a student of those who came before you, and to respect elders and people who have more experience or who have spent more time in a field or just in life in general that you're learning more about, that you're currently trying to figure out. Now, the World is one of the most favorable cards of the tarot, my beautiful Cancer baby. This is a card of fulfillment, of accomplishment, and overall integration of so many different areas of your life working together seamlessly. So what comes as a surprise is definitely this ultimate feeling of fulfillment, of having made it, of being in a place where you're happy, where you are excited for the next challenges, but it's like it couldn't have been better, this situation that has played out, this cycle in your life. It couldn't have been more supportive, it couldn't have been more healing, and you're just in a place of deep content and inner peace. Now, the Two of Swords does show me that trusting your intuition is what your guides and the universe wants to say to you, to never take your gut feeling lightly or for granted. They say that Cancerians are actually the most psychic sign of the zodiac. I'm not just saying that because I am a Cancerian. It is actually really something that is said because we are very intuitive, we're connected to our emotions, we're connected to Mother Earth, Gaia, nature, whatever you'd like to call it, which we've got represented here within the Empress. And we are sensitive to vibrations, energies, emotions. The Two of Swords here shows me that when in doubt, listen to your inner voice, listen to whatever it is that inner calling is leading you towards, that your guides are trying to communicate to you. Because when it comes to connecting with spirit, with energetic frequencies, is something that Cancerians are a lot more naturally talented at than the other signs of the zodiac. Next up, we've got the Ambon Damselfish, which is all about not being afraid to use your voice and allowing that baby to echo. And your opinion matters. This may come as a surprise to you how important your opinion actually is and how important it is for you to use your voice. Sometimes it just takes one person to stand up for a cause or for another person for there to be a huge change. And I see that you are meant to be that person who stands up for a cause, who stands up for another individual, and shows that their opinion matters and that you're not going to stand for inequality or anything that just is not fair. I see here within the blue shark, we've got serendipity, meant to be. What's next is no accident. This ties in beautifully with the world and the pyrite material abundance. Okay, we've got serendipity, we've got a treasure chest, as you can see here on this card. We've got some sort of riches, nice things, you know, these valuable gifts. I want you to know here that this is what's coming next for you. A lot of material things you've hoped, dreamed, and wished for. Could also be something big like a home, a vehicle, or a different type of status symbol that you don't necessarily identify with, but you just want it. You just think it's beautiful, and that's completely fine. And I definitely see that you receiving these things and having them in your life, it's no accident. You've worked, you've manifested, you've put yourself in positions to get you closer to the serendipity that you have dreamt of, and it's finally about to be yours. And it will come as a surprise because it's been a long time coming, but remind yourself to just receive, to be open to finally receiving what you've worked so hard for and taking credit where credit is due. My beautiful Cancerians, leave a crab emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you were here and that you received this third and final part of your prediction. Make sure that you subscribe to my channel to never miss another prediction, and share this video with a friend who you think would really enjoy this or find this type of content supportive and relaxing. Oh, we just moved our cards a little. There we go. So my fellow Cancerians, I'm sending you so much love. I'd like to thank you for spending this divine time and space with me, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, my beautiful Leo babies, and welcome to the third and final part of your very own private prediction about the next big surprises that are coming towards you. So all you need to do in this part of the reading is lean back, relax, and enjoy for the third and final time as we're putting together the very last surprises that are coming towards you, which are specific to your sign or your birth chart. So first up, we've got diligence as well as miracles. So I want you to know here, my beautiful Leo baby, that diligence is very important for you to accomplish great things, but I also want you to understand here that because you've been diligent and you have been able to work through situations in which you had responsibility in the weight and size of mountains on you, you therefore are receiving a lot of goodness, a lot of miracles like we've got here in these rainbows that other people will not experience. So you've been through some hardships that others could not have survived the way you have, and therefore you will be rewarded in ways that other people envy and find miraculous, but it's actually simply meant to be. It's actually energetically just the counterpart to some of the challenges that you have been able to weather and overcome. Within stillness, I can see that what comes as a surprise is that you're becoming a lot more quiet, a lot more mellow, a lot more still than you've ever been before, especially if you've struggled with a very hyperactive mind, maybe even something like ADHD, where your mind just goes absolutely everywhere, and it can be hard for you to stay still, stand still, meditate, just be in a place of relaxation. You're learning this more and more, my gorgeous Leo babies, and I want you to understand that this is actually allowing you to see life in all its glory and beauty in ways that you never have before. And stillness definitely also shows me that this is a new cycle and chapter of your life of rehabilitation, of understanding that you don't always need to be running at 1,000,000 miles an hour in order to be proud of yourself, to accomplish things. Sometimes there is more power in stillness than we even realize, and it's so much better for you to find stillness, find the answers that you need to take the next actions, than to always be on the go and just acting kind of frivolously and then not really taking strides forward in the way that you could. I see within fulfillment that what comes next is a huge surprise for you. Around the next full moon is a big sense of fulfillment, a big sense of feeling like life is actually good. Life is actually juicy, peachy. There are so many ways in which you're grateful and happy for your existence, and there are so many things for you to celebrate. That's what I see here within fulfillment for you that comes as a surprise, especially if there have been a lot of moments of struggle that made you feel as though life was good, but there are just a lot of things that stress you out or that make it difficult to relax and make it difficult to just enjoy. So definitely understand here moving forward that the surprises coming towards you are positive. They are surprises of self-growth, surprises of feeling fulfilled and content and like there's nothing that you still want for. And the Howlite shows me that why this is a result is because you know how to stay positive. Compared to a lot of other zodiac signs, you are one of the ones that knows how to see the glass as half full instead of half empty. As a Leo, you are ruled by the sun, which is the giver of all life on planet Earth. And as a Leo, you're also very generous. People can say you're showy and dramatic, but I wouldn't say that's true. I would say a lot of people who say that about Leo actually can feel intimidated by Leo. I think that's often the case because, let me tell you, I have never met a Leo that isn't fun-loving extremely good looking, I gotta give that to you, Leos, and who isn't very caring, very detail oriented, and like a leader who at the same time is also very generous. That's Leo. And in Apophyllite, I can see that because you've got all these traits, you also understand how to stay positive. Also the type of leader who always sees a chance to make things better while still having fun. And this comes as a big surprise to you when in stillness, the realization of this, the realization that you're not too much, you're not too bold, you're not too outspoken. You're actually a great mixture of a lot of these traits, and when people kind of aren't vibing with it, it doesn't always have anything to do with you. Sometimes it really is just a reflection of their own insecurities, which you have triggered. Next up, we've got the Lemurian Quartz. Now, practicing patience. We already spoke about that in the stillness card, didn't we? And I see that as a surprise for someone who is as fiery as you, as happy in movement as you are. It comes as a surprise that practicing stillness is becoming a priority, and practicing patience is something that you place a lot of value in, because you see that with an active lifestyle, with a very busy schedule, also comes the need for some balance, and you're the only one who can give yourself that balance. But let's move further into your reading to see what other big surprises are coming towards you. So we've got the aquamarine, less control, more going with the flow. That's one thing that I can see here within the aquamarine for you, my beautiful Leo baby. You are the type of person who definitely appreciates control to some degree, and I see that you are also the type of person who has maybe had some issues with letting go of some control. So do know here within the aquamarine that you're becoming a lot more chill with things just turning out as they should, not trying to control people, situations, or relationships, because you know that at the end of the day, all you can really try to control is yourself, your emotions, your actions, but there's not really any point in putting a lot of effort into controlling anyone else, or situations that are simply not controllable. So the aquamarine feeds further into this inner peace and inner stillness and patience that you're fostering. Next up, the Two of Wands. This is a very interesting card as it shows two opposites uniting, so the fiery side of you but also the still calm side of you coming together, creating this type of harmony. The Two of Wands is also a representation of your personal power, your boldness, your originality. So I can definitely see here within the Two of Wands that you going with the flow is going to allow you to be a lot more original and bold and just as you are, because you're not overthinking, you're not putting too much effort into situations that don't quote unquote deserve your effort. And the Judgment card shows me that this will leave you feeling really lifted from unnecessarily heavy responsibilities, from things that just put you in a place of more darkness than necessary. And you've got this peace like we have here in this dove, and you're just floating above everything that doesn't serve you, everything that is maybe even trying to pull you down into a place where you don't belong. As I definitely want you to know here, you are meant to be a pioneer. You're meant to be the type of person who is just above situations that are not useful for you. And by above situations that aren't useful for you, it's not about putting yourself on a pedestal, but when you know what you have to offer in this world or in relationships, why put up with things that don't allow you to really give your best, right? Why, for example, put up with a relationship with someone who doesn't want to be serious, for example, when you know you can be the most loyal, amazing, devoted partner? It's better for you to then put yourself in a situation where you can truly be who you are and be that best version, right? And be around people who appreciate you, not just tolerate you. That's what I see here within the Judgment card. Next up, we've got the Shadow Self. Shadow Self does show me that the part of you that you are a little bit afraid to share, show, or put out there into the world is actually one that a lot of people really love to see. You have a clumsy side to you, a side to you that is very sensitive, that is maybe even a little overly sensitive, some people would say, or you would say. And I do want you to know here that expressing that more can connect you to your shadow side and help you learn how to navigate it and deal with it and just be more accepting of yourself overall, because you know your strengths, but you also know your weaknesses really well, and therefore you don't have anything to hide. So even if people say things about you that could potentially be upsetting, is what I meant to say, that could in a different instance hurt your feelings, it doesn't really, because you know yourself. You know the good parts, but you also know what you struggle with. You know what is true about you, and you don't have an issue with it because you know you're dealing, or you figured it out, or you're doing the work. And you also understand what is not true, what is just another person's projection of their own insecurities onto you. And then you can create this real distance and barrier where nothing can hurt you, and where you don't take things personally and allow them to affect your day or how you feel about yourself. In the mirrored souls, I can see a soulmate connection for you, my beautiful Leos, with someone who is different than you in so many ways, but in a way it's also like you have mirrored souls. Like when you look in the mirror, we're actually seeing things in a way like on the other side flipped, if you know what I mean, all my beautiful Leos. And here in the mirrored souls, I see we've got 2, and then we've got the 2 of Wands. The number 2 is a number of duality, of polar opposites that still draw each other to one another, that still kind of need one another. And that's what I see within the mirrored souls, that your soulmate is meant to be someone who is in many ways like painfully different, but also in so many ways the same, identical, like a mirror. And I see here within self-worth that having that type of partner where you have the freedom to be yourself, but also the ability to be so close and so similar, is one thing that is much needed. That is one thing that you're going to realize, like, wow, I really need this type of relationship. There are no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no getting around it or trying to kind of compromise or fit something into a mold that it doesn't belong in. I definitely see within self-worth that the only type of person you are meant to spend your time, your life with, is the type of person who hypes you up, allows you to express all of your Leo traits in an authentic way, in a way that simply allows you to be yourself and to be loud if necessary, to be outspoken, to be bold, to be all of the things that other people wish that they were, and when they're too afraid to do it, they just say you're too much, rather than looking at how maybe they have too little self-worth. And you have to make sure that you are in situations and surrounding yourself with people where you are constantly being reminded of how limitless you are and life is, how you can accomplish anything you set your mind towards, how you have already done so much and have so much to come in this time, in this day and age, in this season of your existence, my beautiful Leo babies. And in Limitless, I just see here that what comes as a surprise to you is how much more you will accomplish and do, how much less you will see that there are limits to things for you, because there aren't, how much you start to realize that limitations are just things that we often put on ourselves or put on our situation that aren't actually real, and how self-limiting thoughts and beliefs and limitations can be changed, they can be lifted, they can be worked on, they can be completely eradicated and removed. And when you know this, you've got this deep sense of stillness, of personal power, and of feeling like you've got a type of control that makes you not need to control other people, other situations. You've got enough things that you can work on and that you have to do for yourself, that you want to experiment with and that you want to accomplish. So my beautiful Leo babies, this is the reading that I received for you. I hope that you enjoyed it and that you found it insightful. Leave a little rainbow emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you were here, that you received part 3 of your reading. You made it all the way through, creating your own private tarot card reading. And of course, also let me know how you enjoyed this prediction in the comment section. I love reading your comments and getting back to them and interacting with you. Thank you so much for being here, for spending this divine time and space with me, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming predictions. Hello, my gorgeous Virgo babies, and welcome to the third and final part of your private reading about all of the next big surprises that are coming towards you. I'm so excited to figure out precisely what's coming towards all of my beautiful Virgos. So let's get straight into your reading. I hope that you enjoyed the first 2 parts of this tarot prediction, but now things are getting even more interesting and personalized. So let's see what the next surprises are that are coming towards you. So first up, we've got your jar of dreams. I can see that there are a lot of different dreams and aspirations that you have kind of put away for a while, but they're coming back out. They're coming back to the light, and this is going to be surprising to you because some of these dreams and aspirations you may have given up on. Maybe you thought you were too old, you weren't in the right position, you didn't have the right opportunities or connections to go for certain things, but I see here within the jar of dreams that actually you're going to find that you are in the perfect spot to accomplish a lot of these things that you've always dreamt of. And within rehabilitation, I see that this self-belief comes after a time of just detoxing from social media. It will come after a time of steering clear of anyone who's kind of like a bad influence, or, you know, friends and family who don't mean anything bad. They don't want to like drag you down, but just their outlook on life can be a little depressing. It can be a little small-minded, if you will. And I see here that as a Virgo, you are someone who is very detail-oriented. You can already be very critical with everything that you do with yourself. You're your own biggest critic, so you really don't need people around you who continue to perpetuate that type of energy. So rehabilitation from those types of friendships and connections is really important, so you don't end up being double and extra hard on yourself. So do know here that your jar of dreams and rehabilitation, this goes together beautifully to show that what comes as a huge surprise is when you keep your energy clear of anything that can create doubt, you will be able to get back into creative ventures and professional ventures that you were maybe too afraid to deal with at an earlier point. And it really is like your guides are right here with us, my beautiful Virgos. We've got Boss Up next, which is definitely an indication of the fact that this has to do with some professional aspirations that you've had. Some areas of your life where bossing up is necessary to create the life that you desire, but also something you're so capable of. Within Boss Up and Jar of Dreams, I want you to know that bringing out that leadership energy that you've got within you is precisely what's going to get you to where you need to go, being unafraid and just being a boss. And next up, in Tell It Like It Is, being outspoken, direct, and honest. I definitely see that this is something that's so necessary as soon as you come out of rehabilitation and your contemplation period. So going away into hermit mode is going to happen for you very soon, and then when you come out, you have all of these thoughts that you have properly been able to process. You've got all of these things to say and to share, and you're going to do so fearlessly. That's what I see here within Tell It Like It Is for you. And when you come out of a place of introspection and you have all of these new viewpoints and opinions, be ready for some people to not agree with it, or even to feel threatened by your new and improved aura and by this kind of very boss up vibe that you're bringing with you. Furthermore, I want you to know, my beautiful Virgos, you are ruled by Mercury, in case this is something that you were not aware of. You learn something new every day, right? And Mercury is the planet of communication, of the thinking process, of the rational mind as well, and anything that has to do with travels or transportation. So flying a lot, and maybe even being able to fly business, private, first class, I see that that is something you're accomplishing here in your jar of dreams. It's just a little byproduct of your success and of the fact that you've taken yourself away from anything that makes you feel like you cannot, because whether you believe that you can or cannot, you are right. I love this quote. I've repeated it in the past before, and I definitely want you to know that this applies really strongly to you. Furthermore, my beautiful Virgo babies, the Two of Pentacles shows me balance between work as well as your personal life, and that can be very complicated to figure out, very complex, especially for you. You're very detail oriented. You like to plan things meticulously. You like to know when you're showing up at a dinner, what time, roughly what time you're leaving, so you can either make plans afterwards or know what time you'll get up the next morning. If you want 7 hours of sleep, for example, you just think ahead a lot. So the Two of Pentacles shows me that it's very important for you to ask for information that you need, because that will help you plan, and that will help you also not be afraid to kind of have big aspirations and big dreams that you're going after, because you've got a lot of answers to questions about how you're going to do things, where things are going to take place, and so on and so forth. So I see that what comes as a big surprise for you is that actually figuring out a work-life balance is something that brings you this strange sense of satisfaction and joy, and that you're really good at. Next, in the Ace of Swords, we've got a new beginning. The Ace always represents a completely fresh start. The Ace of Swords does indicate the fact that you are able to have very innovative thoughts and actually follow through on them. So when you have an idea, you don't just think about it, you don't just talk about it, you actually do it. That's what I see here in connectivity to boss up. So within your new innovative thoughts in the Ace of Swords will come very surprising opportunities for you, because other people can feel that you have this kind of very original and independent and innovative source within you that they want to tap into as well. So I wouldn't actually be surprised if you get offered promotions, if you get offered different type of work opportunities, business opportunities that other people aren't receiving, and you're the one that's kind of singled out for that. And it makes a lot of sense here in connectivity to the Magician, which actually also corresponds to the number 1, the number of initiation and new beginnings. And I definitely want you to know here within the Magician that this is symbolic of you being a jack of all trades when you need to be. So whether you have to roll up your sleeves and do a job that you usually wouldn't do, or find a solution to something that other people are hung up on, you've got what it takes to do it. And the Magician shows me that you are the type of person that everyone wants on their team, especially when it comes to businesses that are maybe a little smaller, or where you've got more freedom to figure out things, to move into a managerial role and to make pretty big choices. I see here that this is where you perfectly fit in, my beautiful Virgo babies. You are the type of person who thrives when good decisions need to be made and there's responsibility on your shoulders, even if it can feel heavy. You're the type of person who's really good at that, especially compared to the other signs of the zodiac. Next up, we've got the Hierophant. So we've got this crow with this key. There is this opening for you. I see here with the Hierophant, the more you learn, even going back to school, for example, that's what the Hierophant represents: education, just overall personal beliefs, as well as learning new skills. I want you to know that that will open a lot of doors for you that will bring you even further. So you would be surprised at how much just a little bit of extra work when it comes to education, how much that will actually push you forward, how big of an effect that can actually have on your life, your future, and your existence. So don't underestimate this, all of my beautiful Virgos. This can definitely be a complete game changer for you. And this is definitely something that your guides and spirit wants you to not be too kind of worried about looking into. You may ask yourself whether you really want to lose time studying, or even money, if this is something that will cost you a little bit of money to do, or even a lot of money. Do know that it's well invested when it comes to just learning and bettering yourself. Investing in yourself is really the best investment that you can make. Next up, we've got the Beluga Whale, which shows me that you will actually feed your curiosity. You'll try new things. Maybe you will get that diploma, that extra little little extra credentials for your CV, and it may be a little bit of experimentation, as you can see here, but that's fine. Every time you experiment, every time you try something new and you feed your curiosity, you are growing as a person. You're gaining more knowledge, wisdom, maturity, and you will actually end up learning a lot of things that will further your life in a way that you didn't expect, so in a really big way. So I want you to know, my gorgeous Virgos, that it's so important for you to continuously try new things, and also to remind yourself of the fact that whenever you try something, it will either work or it will get you closer to something that does work if it ends up kind of not being 100% what you wanted it to be, right? If you try something out and it doesn't work out, at least you know, okay, this approach doesn't work, and it brings you closer to an approach that does. You get what I mean, my beautiful Virgos? You guys, I think, always understand what I mean. I don't want to over-explain, so let's move even further into your prediction. The longhorn cowfish shows me that you can expect a valuable gift. This is a big surprise that's coming towards you. For example, a ring. This is actually one of my rings from my store. I'm wearing the aquamarine version, as you can see right here on my right hand, and this is, I think, the emerald version, I believe, from Bow Life. So I love incorporating all of these little things into my art, into my decks. As you can see, this is also a Bow Life crystal necklace. You guys know I love crystals, and all of this jewelry is so amazing. So you may actually receive a valuable piece of jewelry if you have been waiting for that engagement ring, if you have been waiting for that commitment. This is a great sign for you, my beautiful Virgos, and it is an indication that this is a surprise that's coming towards you that you maybe kind of felt you wanted, but overall it will be a surprise because you didn't think it would come in this moment. Here within the psychedelic frogfish, you're doing some very conscious filtering. You're figuring out whether the things that you're consuming are really healthy or not. It's important for you to ensure that the more you kind of filter out media or things that don't serve you, the more you will actually find that you can be happy with yourself, that you can be grounded, that you're not comparing yourself as much to other people. And through just consciously figuring out what you're actually allowing into your space, you can be very selective. For example, when you get up in the morning, what's the first thing that you do? Do you check your phone, Instagram, the news? Do you check your messages? Or do you read? Do you immediately go brush your teeth and do a little something for yourself? The more you are in the clear of the different type of patterns and habits that you've got, the more you can consciously filter out the things that are maybe not setting you up for success and focus on what does set you up for success. Focus on the things that do make you feel really good or better than others, because not everything needs to be bad, but you may want to select just the best for yourself rather than mediocre or things that are okay. Selecting only the best, it is an option, my beautiful Virgos. Why not choose it? Why not lean into it? Next up, we've got the blue whale, which also corresponds to master number 44. This is the card of ultimate fulfillment. I actually made this, and it's inspired by the last card of the tarot of the major arcana, which is the world card, which also stands for ultimate fulfillment. And this card represents the message of dreaming big and knowing that it will all work out. It may come as a surprise to you that it will all work out, because sometimes things can seem dark, difficult, challenging. Know here within the blue whale that life does come with its challenges. If not, it would be boring. It wouldn't be life. It would just all be lukewarm. That's why we've got ups and downs. We've got great situations, challenging situations, because without the challenges, there wouldn't be a time of relaxation. It would just all feel the same, right? So we need these different spectrums. And I want you to know here within the blue whale that at the end of the day, there will be this fulfillment. There will be this dreaming big and everything working out more or less as you envisioned it. But it is definitely also very important that you put in the hours and the work, that you learn, that you continue to educate yourself and believe in your abilities, believe in what you're capable of, my beautiful Virgos. Because as mentioned earlier, You can definitely be your own biggest critic, and it's important that you're also your own biggest cheerleader when you need it. And of course, that you're very real with yourself as you always are, but create some balance in that and assure that you're doing some conscious filtering with how you speak to yourself, just as you're doing conscious filtering with any type of external connections that you've got or external things that you're consuming. So my beautiful Virgo babies, leave a little butterfly emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you were here, that you received your reading, that you found it insightful. Make sure you're subscribed to my channel in order to never miss another prediction, especially if you liked this little safe space here on YouTube. And I would like to thank you so much for being here, for spending this divine time and space with me. And I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, all my beautiful Libra babies, and welcome to the third and final part of your personal reading about all of the next big surprises that are coming towards you. So let's get straight into talking all things Libra. In case you didn't know, your sign is actually ruled by Venus. Venus is the planet of affection, attraction, aesthetics, as well as harmony and beauty. Now, as a Libra, you are said to be very diplomatic, flirty, maybe a little indecisive, but very peace-loving. You're not the type of person who likes drama. Now let's figure out what big surprises are coming for my beautiful, gorgeous Libra babies. First up, we've got leadership. You are taking the bull by the horns. You're taking the reins into your possession. And I see here that the more you do that, the more blessings you've got coming towards you. Maybe for a while you've kind of given other people the opportunity to lead more than you really should have. But I see that it's time for you to now step into your leadership role. I definitely see here within leadership as well as blessings that there are a lot of lessons that are coming towards you that you will thoroughly enjoy, and where you will see that you are so capable of being the person in charge, and you are so capable of being the one who others listen to and who others come to for advice, not just personally, but also professionally. You don't give yourself enough credit. I see here within relaxation and truth that the more you kind of learn to center yourself, because as a Libra you can be a little indecisive, but the more you learn to center yourself, the more you will actually see the truth about situations. And by truth, I mean, for example, giving yourself credit where credit is due, right? Not being so hard on yourself, and also not feeling as though everyone else kind of has the right to certain greatness, but not seeing that for yourself. If you have the same type of educational background as someone else, for example, and you feel as though they deserve a job more than you do, or they're more capable of it, they have the same experience, the same background, everything is very similar, that is where you have to say to yourself that there's maybe some sort of disconnect between how you see your abilities and how much credit you give others. And it's great that you never make others feel small or never feel as though others aren't capable, but you've got to do the same for yourself. You've got to hype yourself up too. You've got some great tricks up your sleeve as well, and you are not to be underestimated. But in order for other people to feel that way, you have to first feel that way about yourself. So you're putting out that type of energy that says to others, you know what? I've got some great things about me as well. Next up, we've got the journey for you. So for my gorgeous Libra babies, I want you to know here within the journey that a surprise that's coming towards you is definitely some travels that you didn't expect to some faraway places. And I also want you to understand here in the journey that this is a representation of what is to come for you in life. It's a journey that you might as well enjoy. And it doesn't end until you take that last breath. And the journey might as well be one in which you give yourself credit, you give yourself time to relax, you give yourself time to also be a leader and enjoy your blessings, and give yourself the type of recognition that you've maybe been withholding for way too long. The journey shows me also that there will be a lot of great vacations where you can relax, where you can just lean back, maybe at a beach in a reclined position. And within crystal clear, I want you to know that a lot of truths are very clear to you that are murky to other people, and that is a natural advantage that you have, that you can think very rationally, you can act very rationally, you can be the type of person who understands very clearly and very realistically what's going on. So you are a great legal guardian, a great parent, a great decision maker working in a field such as the medical field or anything that is high pressure and where big decisions need to be made pretty quickly or on a whim. I see that that is where you really thrive above any other sign, and that is where you can be a leader. You being in a position of power is very fitting and very good actually for whatever establishment it is that you're working in. Next up, we've got the best of you. What comes as a surprise is that actually you haven't even seen the best of you. We haven't even seen what you're capable of yet. We have just scratched the surface, my beautiful Libra babies. There's still so much to come, much goodness to come from you. That's what I can see here in the best of you. So many positive traits, so many ways in which you're stronger and more courageous than you've ever thought or than you've ever given yourself credit for, and so many ways in which you're going to surprise yourself so positively and be so proud of yourself. Next up, we've got shine. So there are definitely moments in which you can shine a lot more, in which you can feel more comfortable in your own skin, wearing whatever you want to wear, looking however you want to look. And I want you to know here within shine that what comes as a surprise to you is that the best of you is still ahead, and the prettiest, most vibrant, healthiest version of you also still lies ahead. So you haven't even had your best years yet, my beautiful Libra babies. They're still way ahead of you. You still have a lot of time ahead of you that you will classify as the time of your life, and that will be a very exciting period within your existence. So you have not even scratched the surface of your capabilities and of your life yet. And I do see here with a new chapter that you are starting a fresh cycle that will surprise you in so many great ways, that will feel like it is a journey you have been yearning for, a journey that you dreamed of but maybe didn't think was for you or would happen for you. And it is also a journey of finding more relaxation, of finding more time for you to get to know yourself, to get to know how you can get out the best of you and how you can really shine, how you can put yourself in a position where you're of the utmost value to those around you and to the people who can benefit from your capabilities, your skills, the things that you're really good at. So let's move a little further into your reading, shall we, my gorgeous Libras? So next up, we've got the aquamarine. Going with the flow comes as a surprise, as you're able to do so very easily, which is something you're not used to. Usually you like to be a little bit more in charge. You like to be a bit more diplomatic about things. So going with the flow is not your thing, but you're learning how to do it when there's really no point in swimming against the current. So really it just ends up serving you. And in the golden healer quartz, I can see that there's also some opportunity in which you will open the door, so to say, in which you will actually invite more in. So for example, if you meet someone and they're talking to you about some sort of job that may be available soon, rather than just saying, oh, okay, that's interesting, you're actually inquiring more about it. You're figuring out ways in which you can maybe insert yourself into that situation. And I can see here within the rat that what will surprise you actually is that there may be someone who is working against you behind your back. There may be a friend, a family member, a coworker who is actually a faux friend. And it's important for you to ensure that you keep some of your things private, your travel plans, doors that you would like to open, because they may actually be so jealous that they might try to sabotage it or just overall make you feel as though you're not as deserving. So trust your intuition. That's what the I stands for, and that's what your guides want you to know and to do, to trust your intuition, to know that it is accurate, it is here to protect you and to serve you. So use it. make the most of it. Don't second guess it or doubt it. Don't try to rationalize with yourself, as you have more of this psychic ability than you've ever given yourself credit for, and it can protect you against people who are jealous or who maybe have their own agendas, as we spoke about in the rat. So my beautiful Libra babies, this is the third and final part of your prediction that I've received for you. I hope that you enjoyed it and that you found it insightful. Make sure you let me know below in the comment section by leaving a little snowflake emoji below in the comment section, as we have this gorgeous polar bear here. Leave a little snowflake down below to let me and others know that you were here, that you enjoyed this part of your prediction, and to represent the Libra fam. I'd like to thank you so much for spending this divine time and space with me, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello all my beautiful Scorpio babies, and welcome to the third and final part of your prediction about the next big surprises that are coming towards you. I hope that you enjoyed part 1 and 2 that you got to pick from during the intro and other timestamps within this video. But now let's talk all things Scorpio, shall we? In case you didn't know, you're actually ruled by Pluto, which is the planet of transformation as well as your destiny. It is also known as the planet of finances. Not sure if we want to call Pluto or the Plutoid planet, but you get what I'm trying to say. Now, let's get into your reading. We've got going forward as well as love. So for you, my beautiful Scorpio babies, I see that what comes as a huge surprise is you moving on with love and going forward. Now, if you are single, know that nothing is going to be the same. You will find that special someone sooner rather than later, with whom you will embark on this journey called life. And if you are in a relationship and you're not quite happy, you're going to move on from this phase, from this cycle. Now, you may move on with your partner, but you may also leave them and move on with someone else with whom you feel like the love is really pure and mutual, and as though there is this real mutual respect and adoration there. But the most important thing here for you to know that comes as a big surprise is just a renewed sense of love. Feeling like you never really experienced love before, but what you're experiencing now is like the real deal. So someone truly showing you a type of love that you didn't know existed and that you maybe just dreamed of, but now it's actually a reality for you. Next up, we've got pleasure. So I see that for you, my gorgeous and very intense Scorpios, there will be some intense romantic pleasures as well, which come as a huge surprise because you just didn't expect there to be so much different types of pleasure and ways of enjoying pleasure that you never even knew of and that you had never experienced. So I definitely see that you will be with someone who is really, really good behind closed doors, if you know what I mean, and just experiencing romantic moments together, tender moments together, and new things that feel super, super amazing to you. And you're definitely going to not move on in life without having that as a prerequisite for relationships in general. Here within solitude, I can also see that what comes for you is a good amount of alone time to reflect on these amazing surprises and changes in your life. And solitude brings you not only clarity, but also space to figure out what else that you want moving forward and whether you're already 100% satisfied where you are right now. Furthermore, within solitude, I also see here that this is a great way for you to calm your emotions, and that when you're in a situation where love is filled with pleasure and moving forward and just figuring things out with a new person, it's important for you not to lose yourself or to forget your own hobbies, your own things that you like to do. And that's where we've got solitude. That's where we've got a space for you of calm, of stillness, of just being in a space where you are in control of what comes into your space and what leaves your space. And by that I mean what type of media you consume, what you are willing to share with others. So journaling, meditation, and just a lot of practices that you can do in solitude, that's what I see here coming next for you. And the Magician shows me that you, my beautiful Scorpio baby, are a jack of all trades. There's nothing that you can't do. There's nothing where you don't surprise people positively when it comes to just how resourceful you can be. And in the Magician, I also want you to understand that you've got so many different things that are going for you in every area of life. For one, we've got the Sword here, which is the area of your intellect, your thought process. We've got the Pentacle, which is all things in the earthly realm, finances, your health. We've got the Wands, which has to do with creativity and passion, and the Cup, or chalice, however you'd like to call it, which is all about your emotions, friendships, and relationships, as well as other types of connections. And I see here that you are winning, you are initiating a lot of winning moves in different areas of your life, and really everything that you do actually turns to gold, turns very favorable for you. Next up, we've got the Moon. Now, within the Moon, I can see that your intuition is in a place where it's at an all-time high, especially when you're spending moments in solitude, moments in silence as well, because you can really hear what's going on when the Moon shows up. And by hearing what's going on, I mean you can really read what type of energy and vibrations are around you, what's going on between you, yourself, but also other people. And it's a great time for you to reflect and get in tune with your own natural cycles as well, with how your body kind of fluctuates and in which ways your body feels more comfortable. So do know here within the Moon and solitude that this is a practice that you must do by yourself. And the Six of Cups shows me that this is strengthening your relationships. The more you spend time by yourself and you're in tune with the phases of the Moon, the more you will actually find that you've got patience and generosity to give to others, because you're spending time on yourself and you're investing in your own mental health and well-being, as well as your physical health and well-being. That reflects really positively on your relationships and on everything else in your life, and allows you to grow these very deep roots, which means that connections are running very deep. Connections are healthy, because when a tree has very deep roots, when the tree is able to take a lot of nutrients from the earth, it can thrive and be healthy and a lot stronger than you would think just on the surface. Next up, within the Eight of Cups, I can see here that some emotions are surprisingly going to vanish for you. When you think about some people and how they've handled situations or treated you or just been in general, I see here within the Eight of Cups that you may distance yourself from more people than you ever thought. And by more people, I mean overall people who don't feel like you can truly count on when you need them or when you're in a place of despair. I mean friendships that are more like you having acquaintances rather than a situation where you can truly count on the individual no matter what. And also conditional lovers, lovers who are only there when you're easy to handle, or whatever they'd like to call it, when you're drama free, when you don't have any standards. No, we're not doing that. The Eight of Cups here shows me that those are not relationships which you're willing to entertain, and those are actually relationships that you are ending. Here within the giant oceanic manta ray, life is truly a marathon, and you're being called to not burn yourself out in one sprint. And what comes as a big surprise to you here within the giant oceanic manta ray going forward in love is the fact that your next relationship is the one that is going to last for potentially your entire life, as life is a marathon shows that you're in it for the long run, and so is the other person. And going forward, you're ensuring that you don't burn each other out in one sprint, and that things don't go south quickly or in one kind of season, if you will. Next up, we've got the Siamese fighting fish. I see here within the Siamese fighting fish that your commitment is everything. And even if it requires you doing things alone, go for it. What comes as a surprise is that a lot of people drop out as soon as the going gets tough, whether that be when they're trying their own business venture, when they kind of hit a rough patch in relationships. Many people give up, or they just kind of say to themselves that it's not the right thing, it's not worth it, or they just need space, they're not quite ready for it. But the Siamese fighting fish actually urges you to commit to what you want to accomplish and to not give up. Don't stop when you're tired, stop when you're done. With the Siamese fighting fish, know here that the harder things get and the more commitment is required, the more you will actually find that you're doing a lot of things by yourself. You're doing a lot of things alone, because now a lot of people are dropping out of the race, right? Life is a marathon, and not everyone ends up finishing the marathon. You are one of them, but along the way, along the route, many people will drop out. Many people will burn themselves out in one sprint, but there's a reason why you're receiving these messages and why you are meant to have this information, and it is to allow you to know that you will be there at the end of the race, mostly by yourself, with very few other people. And if that means that you had to do it in solitude, if that means that you had to finish by yourself, then so be it. But you've got to make yourself proud, and you've got to follow through on your personal commitments that you've made to yourself in order to keep your self-respect going. Because when you promise things to yourself and you don't follow through, when you make commitments but you don't actually do what you say you will do, day for day, you slowly lose more and more respect for yourself. And this is one thing that you got to make sure you avoid. Next up, we've got the Princess of Wands, which is the Princess of Fire signs. A very explosive combination with Scorpio, which is, of course, a water sign. Now, the Princess of Wands shows me an Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius who is passionate, very temperamental, and spontaneous. I also want you to understand here in the Princess of Wands that they are younger than you, and they are the type of person with whom you can actually go the distance with. So this could be a potential business partner. I see in the Two of Wands that this is someone who is like the polar opposite of you, but you both can conquer the world together if you want to because of that, because they've got strengths that are your weaknesses and vice versa. You've got amazing strengths that are actually their weaknesses, so it makes you a very strong pair, a very strong kind of couple, or a very strong relationship, whether it be a working one or an intimate one. Now, the Four of Pentacles is representative of the fact that there are certain things that you are holding on to that you would be better off letting go of. I see what comes as a big surprise is that you're realizing you're maybe holding on to more things than necessary that are just clouding your mind, whether that be other people's secrets, memories that are just buzzing around within your head. And the best thing for you to do is to learn how to stop ruminating, learn how to stop overthinking, and also create distance between yourself and emotions which are not 100% helpful. Now, we've got the Magician again for you, just from the Pastel Journey Tarot deck this time. This is a card of initiation and new beginnings. I already spoke to you with the first Magician card about how you're a jack of all trades, you can do a little bit of everything, and you've kind of got every area of life going for you. And I want you to know here, my beautiful Scorpio baby, in the Magician, that we also have this eternity symbol twice within this card. And this is a symbol of not just prosperity, as we've got the number 8 that's laying on its side, and in numerology 8 is very favorable, but it definitely also shows here that it is a continuous cycle and loop that you're going through within life, where you've got so many opportunities to win, so many opportunities to be the leader, but it is essential that you take it. It's essential that you don't opt out, and that you remind yourself that when things are rocky, they will get better eventually, okay? Nothing lasts forever. That is one thing that this 8 on its side, this infinity symbol, is urging you to remember and to keep going forward. Keep stepping in the right directions, my beautiful Scorpio babies, because what will come as a very big surprise to you is just how few people will be at the finish line with with you, because your commitment really is on an entire different, very serious, very intense level than a lot of other people have experienced or are used to. So do know here that even when things get a little lonely, even when you don't see a lot of people around you doing the same thing, or you don't see anyone really at the finish line, that's fine. That can sometimes just be a sign that now you are not just uncommon amongst common people, but you have become uncommon amongst the uncommon. So even with people who you look up to, who have accomplished some great things, even there you are uncommon, because just that's how committed you are. That's how much you've invested into yourself and your personal development and growth. And that's the goal that we've got you going towards. So my beautiful Scorpio babies, this is the reading that I received for you, and I hope that you enjoyed it and that you found it insightful. Make sure you're subscribed to my channel to never miss another one of these highly personalized readings. And of course, ensure that you leave a little scorpion emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you were here and that you represent the Scorpio fam. I'd like to thank you for spending this divine time and space with me, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, my gorgeous Sagittarius babies, and welcome to your third and final part of your prediction about all of the next big surprises that are coming towards you. I hope that you enjoyed part 1 and 2 of your prediction, which you got to pick from during the intro of this video. But now we will get even more personal and detailed and talk all things Sagittarius specific surprises. So first up, we've got the voyage, we've got trust, as well as taking risks. So you are going to go on an unexpected surprise trip. That's one thing that I immediately see here within the voyage, trust, as well as taking risks. I want you to know here that you completely trust that you are making the right decision. You're more confident than ever. If you haven't traveled very much by yourself, know that this little solo travel will require some trust in yourself and your abilities to navigate, to stay safe, and to have fun by yourself as well without necessarily needing a lot of company. And it's going to be kind of like taking a little risk because it's something that's new to you. It's something you haven't done before. So do know here, my beautiful Sagittarius babies, that this will really feed into your fire sign energy. We've got this fiery red background here, and taking some risks, going on some solo travels, not really knowing a new place and what you're going to explore and find. It is something that is getting your adrenaline pumping in the most amazing way that leaves you feeling energized and invigorated. That's what I see in the voyage, trust, as well as taking risks for you. Next up, we've got flow. This is actually going to be one of the best experiences for you. I see that what comes as a huge surprise is that traveling by yourself and figuring things out that require you trusting yourself and trusting your intuition is actually going to create such a flow state for you, because there's no more a discrepancy between your rational mind and your intuition. You will learn to unify the two and use the two whenever it suits you in a way that they are working together. So when your rational mind doesn't know the answers, you're not questioning your intuition, you're just going with it, and vice versa. When your intuition isn't really asked of in a situation, you just go with the rational answer. And that is where I can see here in flow that you're kind of creating this state of knowing when to be spiritual, knowing when to be kind of open-minded and a free thinker, and when to just get things done in order to properly cope in this society and make sure that you've got a type of standing that makes life easy. For example, paying your bills is obviously not something you need your intuition for. That's something that just needs to be done, rationally speaking. But when it comes to, for example, relationships, you have to intuitively pick the ones that make you feel good and that make you be better in your everyday life and allow you to really speak up and tell it like it is. I can see that what comes as a big surprise to you is how many people are actually seeking out information from you and how many people actually want to hear your opinion. My beautiful Sagittarians, maybe you have always been the type of person to give others great advice. I'm not going to comment on whether you're taking that advice yourself or not, but you know, my beautiful Sagittarius baby. So until tell it like it is, there are a lot of people who want to hear more from you. They want to figure out what type of advice you would give them in any given situation. They would like to know your opinion. I want you to know within Tell It Like It Is that the healthiest thing for you to do is to just open up, tell the truth, and say what it is that's on your mind. Furthermore, what comes as a huge surprise are some multiple streams that are going on for you. So not putting your eggs in one basket. That's what multiple streams is all about. Whether that be romantically speaking, okay, not kind of giving up your roster until you found the right one, but also when it comes to your income, when it comes to making money, not just relying on one source of income, but rather trying to create more sources or more ways in which you can create and generate financial stability, so that if one stream runs a little dry, it's not your only one. You've got other things going for you as well. That's what I see here within multiple streams. Next up, we've got manifesting magic. So I do see here that what comes as a surprise in this very Jessica Rabbit-esque type of card is that you're spending time doing some spell work, connecting with crystals, with ancient books, with ancient kind of practices, maybe even connecting with your heritage. You've got a little crystal ball, you've got some incense, things like that going on. And I see that this is all helping you to manifest magic. This is all helping you to create some very potent energy for things to come into your life that you desire and that will make your existence a lot easier, a lot better, and just more fun. Within Be Authentic, you are definitely going to surprise a lot of people when you speak up and tell it like it is, like we spoke about earlier in your prediction. And you're also just being authentic. You are not people pleasing. You are not doing things just to please your parents, the community, or a religion, for example. I see here within Be Authentic that the mask is coming off and you don't feel any need to kind of conceal how you feel, to conceal what your goals are or your dreams are. And this puts you in a flow state. I see that with flow and manifesting magic, that this is really the only way to generate the results that you desire for your life and your career. Also for love, of course, if that is an area of concern for you. And know here within Be Authentic that the more authentic you are, the more you will find that it's easy for you to bond with people, to make new friends, new exciting connections, and also attract new opportunities into your life. Be Authentic shows me that moving forward, you have found a way to not only be real, but also to feel comfortable with it, no matter what anyone may say to you. The Emperor is a card of leadership, of power, and of knowing your worth. That's what I see here. You're also planning ahead in order to create stability. You don't want to leave too much to chance. As a Sagittarius, you are ruled by Jupiter. And in case you didn't know, Jupiter is the planet of growth. It is also the planet of higher education and communication, long distance travel. We spoke about how you will be traveling, so you will go to a place far, far away, my beautiful Sagittarians. Maybe we can figure out where. Let's add some letters into your reading, shall we? Oh, okay. We've got quite a few letters here for you. Let's see. We've got Y, we've got A, got W, E, and I. Okay, so these are the letters that we've got for some important countries and cities that you will be going to. But I want you to furthermore know here within the Emperor that planning ahead, being confident and comfortable in your own skin, this is what we've got coming for you. Regardless of the uncertainties, you are living that. You are really expressing that. And I also want you to understand here within the Emperor that this shows you're in a place of flow with who you are deep on the inside. The Emperor also stands for you creating an environment in which you're kind of a figure of authority. You're not doing so purposely, if you will, but it's just kind of happening from your increase in trust in yourself, your want, need, and ability to take risks, which other people may not take, and you also speaking up, telling things just as they are. I see here within the Three of Wands that actually what that does is it creates an environment of not only flow, but also people wanting to know more about how you do it, wanting to be closer to you, to invite you to different events, to make sure you are part of certain things. It creates a great social life when you've got this confidence and when you've put yourself in a position of authority, of expertise. When people think of something, they think of you. Like when people think of tarot on YouTube, I'm sure I come to the minds of some people, and you will find yourself in that same position in your field of work. So know here within the Three of Wands that this is a really great position for you to be in, because it allows you to really just work within your passion, to express yourself freely, and to reach new heights, to reach new levels in your career and in what makes you feel fulfilled, because you're not afraid to put yourself out there, to learn new things, and to work hard. Now, Leo is another fire sign, my beautiful Sagittarians, and Leo is a sign that is very generous. It's ruled by the sun. It's very dramatic and can be very showy. And I see that this is a type of fire sign energy that you're kind of oozing. And this is a type of fire sign energy that we can really connect with when it comes to you. In the next couple weeks and months, you are not afraid to shine. You're not afraid to put yourself out there. It is a little bit more dramatic and showy than Sagittarius energy for sure, but you definitely just need that in order to get to that next level of success. So if you need to express more Leo type of fire sign energy, you're just doing whatever it takes. And this is something that is creating a lot of this unshakable energy. Next up, we've got the trine and sextile. This is all about symbiosis. So you may be in a position of power and leadership. You may be in a position of authority, but that doesn't mean that you don't want to still learn and that you don't want to still work with others. That's where I can see in the trine sextile that you never stop learning. You never stop wanting to connect with others. You are not the person who ever feels as though they're above anything or anyone. That's what I see in symbiosis. And you understand that you still need people. Like the people that you meet on the way up are really the same people you will meet on the way down. And I see here within strength that you, regardless of how much success and power and recognition that you've got, I see within the strength card that you will never be that person who becomes cocky or who becomes arrogant, who becomes conceited. That is just not you. I see here within the strength card that you're actually someone who remains compassionate, who remains patient. Your strength comes from deep within. It doesn't come from anything superficial, but your strength comes from a place of knowing who you are, of having confidence because you've done the work, because you've done things to be confident that give you reason for confidence. You've worked hard, you've studied hard. And I see here within judgment that therefore it doesn't even matter if someone else judges you. It doesn't even matter if anyone tries to say something negative about you, because you know who you are. You know precisely why you're doing the things that you're doing. You understand your inner calling better than anyone. And so if there's any gossip, if there's any misinformation that's being spread, it doesn't affect you. It's not something that bothers you whatsoever. I want you to know here in judgment that what comes as a huge surprise to you actually is that you really do not care about these petty things anymore. You're really growing way past that. And it is just something that you don't have the time and energy for, and you're not going to invest any time and energy into petty arguments or disagreements. Now, the Justice card shows me some balance that's coming towards you. Justice is actually all about responsibility, cause and effect. You are very aware of the actions that you take and the effect that they will have, or the consequences that may come due to those actions. And here the Justice card shows me that you always do it within balance. You always do these things within reason. And what comes as a surprise to you as well is that there are many situations in which you are weighing the options, the risks and the benefits precisely, in a sense that there was a lot of risk, but you made the right choice, and somehow you're making the perfect choice between risk and reward, between something being too risky and at the same time having a potentially really amazing outcome. And that's where we've got the Two of Coins, which shows this balance that you have created, this balance of knowing yourself, knowing what you're capable of, knowing precisely how you can get yourself out of a difficult situation, and just how much to invest financially, emotionally, when it comes to your time. The Two of Coins shows me here that risk assessment is something that is your forte, surprisingly, moving forward, and that even in tricky situations, one can trust you to make the right choice, to weigh the pros and the cons, and to actually end up making a decision that works out for everybody who's involved in the given situation. And balance is key for you. But because you have this trust in yourself, attaining balance is not so difficult, because regardless of what happens, you know that you'll find a way to fix it, to thrive, to make better choices, and to create an existence that you're proud of and that allows you to really enjoy life on planet Earth. So all of my beautiful Sagittarius babies, this is the third and final part of your prediction that I've received for you. I hope that you've enjoyed it and that you found it insightful. Leave a little flame emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you were here and that you received this reading. Thank you so much for spending this divine time and space with me, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, all my beautiful Capricorn babies, and welcome to the third and final part of your personalized prediction about all of the next big surprises that are coming for you. So I'm going to get straight into your readings. All you need to do is lean back, relax, and enjoy as we talk all things Capricorn babies when it comes to upcoming surprises. Do note that this Pick a Card tarot reading video is a timeless one. So it kind of begins from the moment you receive these messages. It doesn't really matter when you've tuned into this reading. Know that it applies for the precise time that you felt drawn to this video and to pick these groups. So first up, we have got truth. I want you to know here that what comes as a huge surprise for you is that the truth is being revealed about something that you never really got to the bottom of. Maybe there was someone who ghosted you or who left you and you never quite understood why they did that. Maybe you've had a friend or a family member who has done some really weird things, maybe even shady things, and you don't understand what happened, what transpired, why they all of a sudden turned on you. I want you to know here, my beautiful Capricorns, that you will have the truth be uncovered for you, and you will finally get to the bottom of a lot of secrets and mysteries that you didn't really know much of. I see here within focus that why this is happening is because you're not focused on uncovering these things actually. You're focused on yourself, you're focused on solitude, on being by yourself. As you can see, we've just got one snow leopard here, and then the truth reveals itself when you are not placing your energy on desperately trying to figure it out. Because if you believe in the law of attraction and in energies, you may know that the more you try to chase something, the more it runs away from you, because you're kind of affirming really that it doesn't belong to you or that it's not meant to be yours. That's why you're chasing it, right? So I definitely want you to understand here within focus that focusing on yourself, focusing on the things that you are doing is actually going to create a lot more interest from others in you and for the truth to reveal itself. So all of a sudden, people who were hot and cold or ghosted you are going to come back the moment you start truly focusing on yourself. The same goes for friends and family members who were maybe not the best to you. All of a sudden they will flock back when they realize, hey, wait, this person, this Capricorn baby is all of a sudden so focused on themselves, is all of a sudden not even in a place where they want to know what I'm up to or they want to know what happened. Something even better must be going on in their life. That's why they're so focused on themselves. So then you will pique their interest, and that is something that will bring them back that you absolutely did not expect and comes as a surprise. And it can also be a little annoying, right? Because it's like the moment you focus on yourself, now all of a sudden the person who you once wanted or the truth that you once wanted revealed, is all of a sudden here when you don't care about it anymore. I see within change that there are definitely a lot of things that won't be the same moving forward. One, also your feelings here for a individual who left you high and dry when you wanted them, and then they're coming back once you've moved on. Things will have changed. You can't go back to feeling how you initially felt about them. And really, the best thing for you to do is to remind yourself that your worth and your value is so much more than all of a sudden flocking back to them or giving them many chances. I definitely see here that you're being called to give a good chance, and if someone doesn't see your worth or your value the first time, don't give them an opportunity to not see it a second time, because chances are that will actually erode a little bit of respect that they have when you simply just take someone back very easily who didn't actually put in the effort that they should have the first time. Next up, we've got the moon for you. So the moon represents changes as well. If you're watching this during a new or full moon, I want you to know that this is the best time to manifest for you. This is the best time for you to set intentions. But it's also very interesting how the moon is showing up here with change, and the moon here quite literally representing change, also having a few clouds here as we've got within the change card. It is definitely a reiteration by the universe to you to not get too attached to anything as it is right now, as you will still have some significant changes coming towards your life that you absolutely did not see coming. The forest shows me here that there is some sort of muddled, unclear thinking with all of these changes that you may have to deal with, that you may have to combat. But as we've got focus, you are focusing on yourself and how you can thrive and move forward. So don't allow for anyone to take your focus off of yourself, because then we'll have the forest situation, which is all about your mind going all over the place, and we don't need that. We don't want that. Within the weeping willow, I can see that what comes as a surprise for you is that there's something in your family that is creating a type of sorrow, that is creating a type of very difficult situation, some unclear thinking. And I hope that you can appreciate my honesty, my beautiful Capricorns. I don't just read cards that are fun or easy or positive. I want you to be prepared for everything, for all the surprises, even if they are surprises where it shows that there's something that has to be dealt with, that there's someone who needs help, someone who's going through a breakup, a tough time within your family, who is going through some muddled, unclear thinking because they don't know what to do next, because they are in a difficult situation, and that requires for you to have focus for them, to help them, and also to be truthful and very honest, because if you aren't doing that for them, then who will? Here within the barrel, I can see that there's something that you may feel that is like lacking. It could be love, money, goals, and that is one thing that you're changing. That is part of this profound change, and also the surprising change that's coming towards you, because you may have kind of aimlessly wandered around for a while or not quite known what your life purpose is, how to figure it out, how to reach it, my beautiful Capricorns. But this is all changing. The things that are lacking are switching around, are changing into areas of fulfillment for you. But let's continue on with the cosmic oracle. We've got shine. You, my beautiful Capricorns, I can see that what comes as a huge surprise is a glow up from the inside out, is you truly shining from your heart space, from your heart chakra, and finding that this shine actually creates a ripple effect in the world around you. So the more you shine, the more you are in a place of happiness, of vibrance, the more you will actually feel as though, wow, this is something that I never want to let go of, and I always want to keep with me. So it could feel weird at the start, having this positivity that almost seems a little much, but you'll get used to it and you will actually find that it simply just allows you to enjoy life a lot more than you ever had. Within Be Fearless, I want you to know that what comes as a big surprise is overcoming a lot of fears and challenges that once held you back or that you were once fearful of, because now you are fearless, my beautiful Capricorns. There's nothing that's strong enough to get in your way, nothing that's strong enough to make you feel afraid or to make you walk away from your goals and your aspirations. And I want you to know here within Be Fearless that this is a time for you to try out new things, to go for those goals that you or maybe others around you thought were too extreme, too big, or too crazy. It's really time for you now to focus on trying as much as you can with big goals, with big aspirations, because honestly, the quote, the saying really does have a lot of truth to it. Whether you believe you can or cannot, you're right. Because if you think about it, anything that was ever created was once someone's imagination, whether it is the chair you're sitting on, the phone that you're holding to watch this reading, the laptop, the screen. Someone thought of this item and then created it before it even existed. And it's important that you have the unconditional love and drive to do the same for your dreams and your aspirations. If you can think it, if you can close your eyes right now and think of a life that you desire, love, crave, and would really be happy in. Close your eyes right now and think about that, my beautiful Capricorns. And now know, if you can think this, if it can exist in your head, it can be something that you can touch and feel and experience within this plane. If it can exist in your imagination, it can exist in what we call a reality. Put your cards over here for you and we'll continue on in your reading. So remind yourself here that you must be unconditionally loving and believing when it comes to your aspirations, when it comes to the things that you want for your life, whether that's a certain lifestyle, whether that's a certain romantic relationship, whether that's a certain physical appearance. It is possible. However, you have to unconditionally love yourself and unconditionally figure out how to get there without judging yourself, without feeling like it's too much or it's not justified or it's greedy or this, that, or the third. My beautiful Capricorn babies, you deserve to lead a life that you feel proud of, where you are fearless and shining. Next up, we've got your tribe, your vibe. Now, one thing about this card is that what comes as a big surprise is your friend circle is growing, but it's only growing with people who have the same vibe as you do. Okay, so people who are open-minded, people who are fun, who are ambitious, responsible, efficient, disciplined, and people who don't take things too seriously. That is what I see here within your tribe, your vibe. You are not meant to have friends or family around you who are extremely sensitive. That is just not for you, my beautiful Capricorns. I see in your tribe, your vibe, you're meant to be in a more easygoing setting with easygoing people. And I also see here that the more you are with people who really get you, the easier things will come to you that are actually great, that you actually desire, because you're in the same headspace, on the same wavelength as they are. Within gentleness, it becomes clear for you that you have to be kinder to yourself. You have to give yourself a little bit more credit where credit is due. You have to give yourself the princess or prince treatment. You really, really are the kind of person who will do it for everybody else but themselves, and we need to stop that now, okay? We need to end that. It is important for my Capricorn babies to not only give themselves a break, but literally give yourself a massage, a bath, some retail therapy. I mean, whatever it is that you're craving and you need, now's the time to do it, okay? Now's the time to be gentle to yourself, as that will help you to focus on what you want. That will help you to not burn out. And that's exactly what the giant oceanic manta ray from the BTS deck stands for. Now, the giant oceanic manta ray reminds you that life is a marathon, so don't burn yourself out in one sprint, quite literally speaking. Don't burn yourself out trying to solve certain problems that maybe don't need to be solved in just one day or 1 week. Take your time and take action that is disciplined and reoccurring, rather than just taking a lot of action one time and then being burnt out for a long time. That is going to create imbalance. That is going to make it very difficult to have any stability in your life. So try to be very, very reasonable when it comes to the amount of work, effort, and time you put into problems, and try to ensure that you're doing so in a way that is healthy for you. Now, the Titan triggerfish is all about your bold side and making the first move. Let me just zoom in on this card for you. Here we go. Now, the Titan triggerfish is such a fun little guy. It's a very strong fish, actually. It is a little combative, and I want you to know here, being bold is just what you need. You'd be surprised at how many opportunities will present themselves for you when you're bold and when you don't take no for an answer. If someone is saying no to you, you are simply asking the wrong person. If someone is not saying that you can find a solution with them, then you simply need to show your bold side a little more, or ask a different individual. Make the first move. Make the first move romantically. This is your sign to make the first move for a business opportunity, to maybe even create your own business from scratch, and to be bold about it, to talk about it, to hype it up, to say all of the things that you've always wanted to say, and to remind yourself here that the more you do that, the more you can actually just be at peace with the fact that you're not leaving anything on the table. Next up, we've got the parrotfish. Now, the parrotfish shows me that you're being called to protect your assets. Don't be careless with what you've worked hard for. What comes as a surprise to you is actually how many people are careless with their assets, how many people do not protect their assets the way that they should. And this is a great learning lesson for you, because you can see what not to do. Maybe you even have friends, family members, or parents who are irresponsible with either finances or things they've worked hard for, and you are creating this little safe bubble, just as the parrotfish does. And look, we've got the Gentle Heart Tarot deck right here represented in the BTS deck, and I want you to know here that protecting your assets is one thing that can give you a lot of peace of mind, that can give you a lot of stability and allow you to focus, because you know you're not just working your little tush off for nothing. Whenever you actually do accomplish something, you protect it, you make sure that it stays in good shape and in a good condition for a long time to come, so it doesn't feel like you're just chasing this carrot that you're never actually reaching. Next up, we've got the olive ridley sea turtle. Now, I want you to know here that this is representative of you knowing what inevitably must be done, and that often requires you coming out of your comfort zone. So within this sea turtle, the message for you is that when you come out of your comfort zone, when you come out of a place where you know how things work and you're in a completely new environment, completely new job, completely new relationship, completely new town or home, know that you will intuitively and instinctively understand what has to be done. For example, if you move into a new place, a new living space, you know you need to get toilet paper. You know you need to fix the things that aren't working. You know you need running water, electricity, you have to pay the utility bills, all of these things. When you start a new job, you may not know every single step down to the smallest detail because you're learning, but you know what you need to learn, right? You know the next steps you need to take for this new job to be a success. When you are in a new relationship, yeah, it will maybe be uncomfortable for the first little bit, being yourself, maybe even being in a romantic, sensual setting with someone who you don't know, but you know that in order to get to a place of comfort again, you have to go through discomfort, you have to be out of your comfort zone, and that is the only way for you to grow. That is the only way for you to progress, and you know that inevitably that needs to happen to get to a new place. And getting to a new place means getting closer to your dreams, getting closer to relationships that you want, that are healthy, that are making you happy. And I want you to definitely understand here, my beautiful Capricorn babies, that it is super important for you to not feel as though what inevitably needs to be done is like a punishment or something that is too difficult or something that is too scary. You know what needs to be done, and often it is a lot bigger in your head than it is in person. If you can do it in a couple minutes time, if you will, just do it, because the more you overthink, the more you procrastinate, the bigger fears usually get, even though, you know, the task is the same, nothing has actually changed about it. So don't even do that to yourself. Now, my beautiful Capricorn babies, this is the reading that I received for you, and I hope that you enjoyed it and that you found it insightful. Let me know below in the comment section by leaving a mountain emoji down there, and of course make sure that you don't forget to subscribe to my channel if you enjoyed being in this healing, calming space, receiving your very own 3-part prediction. I don't know any other channel, any other space on the internet where you can do this, and I really hope that you found it insightful and helpful. So thank you for sharing this divine time and space with me, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, all my gorgeous little Aquarius babies, and welcome to the third and final part of your prediction about the next big surprises that are coming for you. So let's get straight into it. I hope that you enjoyed putting together part 1 and 2 that you got to pick during the intro of this video. But now let's move into your prediction, talking all things Aquarius. In case you didn't know, you are ruled by Uranus, and you are said to be a very original, independent, and rebellious sign of the zodiac. So let's see what's coming towards you. Adventures. This is a great one for Aquarius because you're very independent, you are very fun-loving, intelligent, as well as innovative. Going on adventures and experiencing new things, that is right up Aquarius's alley. This is where you thrive, this is where you shine. Adventures are great surprises to come towards Aquarius in general because you are an air sign that is meant to be a pioneer, meant to be an innovator, and meant to be one of the first to see new places and be the one to report back to all the other zodiac signs who are maybe a little too afraid or a little too introverted to put themselves out there. Next up, we've got success. So what comes as an unexpected big surprise is a lot of success that you just didn't even see coming. Now, that may be because you have just been through a little bit of a challenging or trying time, and you didn't quite think to yourself that success is going to come towards you so quickly or so soon, so rapidly. But do know here that even in midst of adventures, taking time off and exploring new places, you will find that success is possible, attainable, and coming towards you, my beautiful Aquarius babies. Next up, we've got the voyage. Now, the voyage shows us, again, adventures, but this is real travel. You are definitely going to be in a situation where there are unexpected trips across planet Earth. Okay, you're getting on those planes, you're flying to different type of tropical and exotic destinations that you haven't been to before. I definitely see in the success card as well as the adventures card that these destinations are going to be warm. As already mentioned, tropical. Within the voyage, we have you crossing oceans. So there are definitely some faraway places that you will go to. And this is a surprise that you needed in order to just help cleanse your palate, to purify, to start things on a completely fresh note for yourself. Because you've been overwhelmed, overworked, overbooked, you need a little bit of purification. You need a little bit of time out, having these adventures, traveling places in order to have more successes come into your life than if you're just complacent and in one spot and trying to kind of push things that are simply not ready to be pushed. So all my gorgeous Aquarius babies, definitely leave a little sunflower emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you're an Aquarius, because that's the only way you would know why there are sunflowers in the comment section. And also to let me and others know that you're here, that you're still with us. So let's move further into your prediction. We've got the blue whale. This is actually a card that I designed, which is inspired by the last card of the major arcana in the tarot, by the world card. And I want you to know here that the blue whale stands for ultimate fulfillment. Dreaming big and understanding it will all work out. So do know here that what comes as a big surprise is that not only will you have more success than you expected, but there will be more fulfillment. your big dreams are going to work out. And really for you, Aquarius, your unexpected surprises are all very big, very positive, and they are surprises that you didn't see coming because you've maybe underestimated how much you are really destined for greatness. Next up, we've got the Hermit Crab. This card represents you finding shelter and understanding your existence is enough. It may come as a surprise to you that just being you is more than enough. You don't need to prove anything to anyone. You don't need to try too hard to be a specific way or impress specific people. The Hermit Crab is all about you being authentic and, if needed, taking time away from the world for a place or to be with a person where you can just lean back and be yourself and where you simply existing is enough. So being around people who don't expect certain things from you, they don't expect certain behavior or for you to deliver things emotionally or materially to them, and where you can simply relax, exhale, and have a little bit of time to just have some beauty sleep. You need this, my gorgeous Aquarius babies. Know here that what comes as a huge surprise to you is just how much you have actually been missing out on restful sleep, on high quality sleep, and in connectivity to purification. If you really want to cleanse your system, detox, and find yourself in a healthier place than you've ever been, sleep more. Take literally an entire day to just stay in bed, have fun from bed, and I mean not just naughty things, okay? I mean having your favorite snacks, watching your favorite shows, reading a book that you've always wanted to read, playing video games, whatever it is that just allows you to chill and maybe drift in and out of sleep, take several naps. Just book a day in your schedule, in your itinerary right now, where you're not doing anything, where nobody's bugging you, where you can simply just recuperate some sleep and simply just get some real rest. Trust your intuition when it comes to this. So you may already have a day in mind, like a Sunday, maybe there's an upcoming weekend, and you know part of you may have some FOMO, but trust your intuition and trust your gut feeling about the timing of this, because often our body just really knows when we're at the brink of a breakdown or a burnout, and it is important that you listen to your body and that you listen to when it simply needs a time out and it simply needs a little bit of a time to rest. And in touch with your body, I want you to know here that what comes as a huge surprise to you is actually a huge increase in your health, a huge increase in feeling really good, in your body looking amazing, and you eating a lot of healthy things. Can you see all this fruit here? Can you see this workout gear? Can you see this green, healthy looking drink in a fun little glass? I mean, this is the vibe that we're going for you, my beautiful Aquarius babies. This is what comes as a surprise, just feeling like it actually isn't that hard to stick to a healthy diet or a healthy workout regimen. You are making this like second nature. It's coming very naturally to you. And I want you to know in touch with your body that this definitely shows here that you are listening to what your body needs. Maybe you'll even get a blood test to further clarify. And within the next card, which is Be Authentic, which corresponds to the number 38, you are taking off any masks that you may have had on at any point in time. We spoke about you being authentic earlier, very original, maybe even a little rebellious. That's kind of like how we would generally describe your sign of the zodiac. And I want you to know that the more you get the proper, adequate rest that you need, the easier it will also be for you to be authentic, to put down the mask, to simply allow yourself to relax into being 100% real and not worrying about what anyone else might say or think about you, my gorgeous Aquarius baby. Furthermore, what comes as a big surprise to you is the more authentic that you are, actually, the more you get invited to different places and adventures, because people love how original you are, how different and unique that you can be, and simply allowing yourself to 100% express that, it intrigues people, and it's actually something that is a huge part of your success, because you're really like an unforgettable sign of the zodiac whenever people encounter you. Next up, we've got the garnet. Now, the garnet is a crystal of igniting your passion, of not just finding your passion, but really igniting it, like leaning into it, making sure that you're making time for your passions. And this is something that connects really well to the Hermit Crab card, as you understand that simply being is enough. You don't have to make a certain amount of money or have a certain job or a certain relationship status to be worthy. Know here within the Hermit Crab and the Garnet that what's most important for you really is to not only find your purpose, but to live it, to explore it, to become amazing at it. So if your purpose is, for example, writing, that you continue to work really hard on your skills. Know here with the Lepidolite, and the writing was just an example, but let's move further into your reading, my beautiful Aquarius babies. The Lepidolite is representative of you recalling on your dreams. So as mentioned earlier, writing is an example. Maybe part of your dream is to have your own business, is to be an amazing healthcare practitioner, an amazing teacher, whatever the case is for you specifically. Making this something that you are very passionate about and that you continuously just bring new ideas into is important, because when Aquarius doesn't have passion, Aquarius is like done. Okay, Aquarius cannot thrive without passion. And I see here in the Angel Aura Quartz that what comes as a very big surprise to you actually is that the more you can ignite your passion, the more life just lightens up and seems a lot easier. It seems a lot less dense. It seems a lot more just smooth sailing and going with the flow. But that's always very attached to whether you've got your purpose, whether you feel like your life is meaningful, whether you feel as though you've got enough balance to go on adventures, whether you've got enough time and resources to go traveling and to do the things that you want to do, to get good sleep. All of that is very much attached to feeling meaningful, feeling like what you're doing really matters and actually makes a difference in the world. That is one thing that is essential, it is imperative, it is a must for Aquarius. Next up, we've got the turquoise. So you're being called to prioritize your health. It's very interesting how we have gotten you being in touch with your body, trusting your intuition, getting beauty sleep. It does really seem like your self-care routine could use a little sprucing up, a little freshen up, and a little more intense attention from you. So you very much making sure that your routines, your self-care routines are being taken seriously by you, that you are following through on those self-care routines, my gorgeous Aquarius babies, and that you're prioritizing both your mental and your physical well-being. Those are things that are very, very important for you to look into right now, because otherwise you might find some unpleasant surprises that you have to deal with. Next up, within the Two of Swords, I can see that you've got to be decisive. So if you know that you want to make an appointment with a therapist, for example, you don't have one yet, you're speaking to some. If there's one that you don't vibe with 100%, ask them, move on to the next, talk to the next person. If you know that you have to make an appointment for a health checkup, but you have just been too shy to do it, maybe you didn't want to make that phone call, whatever the case may be, in the Two of Swords here, make the decision to just do it, especially if it's something that takes less than 10 minutes. No procrastinating. When you procrastinate, it just makes things a lot bigger than they truly are, a lot more daunting. That is unnecessary. Aquarius, you do not need that. Know here within the Eight of Cups that you are definitely being called to walk away from anything that does not serve you, okay? Walking away from anything that makes you emotional in a way that is impulsive, in a way that is anxiety riddled, really. And when you've got a lot of things on your to-do list that you have made up to be bigger than they are in your mind, and you haven't just been decisive, tackled them and gotten them out of the way, now that buildup is something that you must get rid of for your own health, for your own benefit. Let's move further into your reading. We've got the Strength card. So what comes as a huge surprise to you is that you're actually like 10 times stronger than you ever thought, or you've ever given yourself credit for. Not that you ever thought you were weak, but you just didn't know truly how strong you are. So I also want you to know that the Strength card is a card that shows that you're a very compassionate person. So Aquarius can be said to be cold, if you will. There are people who have said Aquarius is cold, is detached, and in many ways that can be the case. But I want you to understand here within the Strength card that when it matters and when you care, the type of compassion and empathy that you bring to the table is very unmatched. And I see here with the Eight of Cups, it can be hard for you to walk away, even though you should. Once you're in a situation where you said you will help, you keep your word. That is very important to you. And I see here within the Justice card that you simply do not like people who talk a lot but don't act. For you, we've got this scale here. It's about balance. You can't just talk a great talk and not walk it. That's what I see here within the Justice card. You are all about walking the talk, not just speaking, not just saying meaningless words, and you also expect that from other people. When that doesn't happen, it can be challenging for you to deal with. And then you're really just one step away here from the Two of Swords, from just walking away. Now, the Knight of Swords shows me that what comes as a huge surprise to you actually is the fact that you are a little bit in a feisty mood that you're not usually in, that you're not really used to, that you've got some very strong opinions and things that you want to get done within this lifetime, and you're not going to take no for an answer. You're not backing down. If you need to get on your little fighting chicken with your sword, you're going to do so, and you're going to win the battle, whether that be something at your work where there's just unfairness or unprofessionalism that's being practiced and you're sick and tired of it, or it's within your family where a lot of people are creating more drama than necessary. You're speaking up, you're being direct. If you've got to quote unquote go to war, you will. If you have to just be honest and call somebody out, that too, you will do that. And I definitely see here that what comes as a huge surprise is actually people really love this about you. It shows your strength, it shows your integrity, it shows that you've got a moral compass that you listen to and you act on, and that not only do you have a mind of your own, but you got standards for yourself and for your surroundings. And that's really a joy to see here within your reading. So my gorgeous Aquarius babies, I hope that you enjoyed your reading and that you found it insightful. Feel free to let me know below in the comment section. I love to read your comments and interact with all of you. If you're new to my channel, don't forget to hit that subscribe button to never miss another super personalized pick a card tarot reading. I'd like to thank you for being here and for spending this time and space with me. I'm sending you so much love, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, all of my gorgeous Pisces babies, and welcome to the third and final part of your highly personalized prediction about the next big surprises that are coming for you. So I'll get straight into your reading. I hope that you enjoyed part 1 and part 2, which you got to choose during the intro of this particular video. If you haven't done so yet, I highly recommend go back to the intro, make sure that you add all 3 parts of this tarot card reading together because they belong together. This is all information that goes hand in hand in order to create your personal reading. But now we'll talk all things Pisces and big surprises. First up, we've got miracles. So for my gorgeous Pisces, we've clearly got some amazing miracles that are coming your way that are huge surprises you absolutely did not expect. Let's add another card. We've got forgiveness. So what you absolutely did not expect is that when you let go of grudges, of feelings that are not 100% positive that you've maybe had towards other people or certain situations, maybe even political or economic situations that make you feel down, make you lose trust in humanity, letting go of holding those grudges and looking at ways in which you can contribute to a better planet or overall a situation that is more fair. I see that that is actually going to trigger a lot of miracles coming your way that you absolutely did not expect, that are huge surprises. Another thing about the forgiveness card and the miracle card just shows me that you will have someone come back to you and apologize to you that you did not expect to ever say sorry. So think an ex that really, really messed you over. Think a family member who did you wrong, maybe a parent who just wasn't really there. Think a coworker or a boss who said some things that they shouldn't have because it was just below the belt. It was not okay. And I see here that you would have never expected that this person would come back and apologize. You would have never expected that you would have it in your heart to actually forgive them. But miracles do happen, and forgiveness is definitely something that you've got in your heart and that you're willing to do because you're also getting this recognition about your feelings. Next up in illumination, I see that what also comes as a huge surprise to you is that you're actually realizing, hey, forgiveness is not something that I do to the other person or for the other person who did something that they maybe shouldn't have, because yeah, it's put you in a position where you have to forgive, which means that they wronged you theoretically, right? But there's something else that's illuminating for you. There's something else that is coming to light, and that is the fact that forgiveness is not a gift that you give to someone. It is a gift you give to yourself, because you're letting go of any grudges, you're letting go of any negative feelings, you're letting go of allowing for someone else's actions to have control over your emotions, especially negatively. And you're really shining a light on the fact that you're not doing that anymore. You're not allowing for those thoughts to intrude into your space, and instead you are embracing all the things that are great in your life now. You're not going into the past. You're not going in your mind to a place where you're thinking over and over again and ruminating about what someone else did that they really shouldn't have. I see here within embracing that what also comes as a big surprise to you is embracing the future and embracing some darkness too. Embracing being human and understanding that it does come with some suffering. We've all gone through some sort of traumatic experiences, and in a way that unifies and unites us all. In a way, that is something that we all have in common. And I want you to understand that in embracing, we also have reflection, self-reflection, a part of you that understands the more you reflect on some of the things that you've done that you're maybe not 100% happy with, the more you will also find it in you to forgive and have compassion for others who have made mistakes. Next up, we've got the Olive Ridley Sea Turtle. Now, this is a card from the BTS deck that's all about you getting out of your comfort zone. You know what inevitably must be done. So there are many situations in which you are in your comfort zone. You know that in order to get out of your comfort zone, you have to do something, well, something that you don't want to do. For example, if you're not happy with your job, you know you're going to have to get uncomfortable, get out there and get a different one. You will have to send out CVs, you will have to go to interviews, you will have to make yourself feel uncomfortable. If you want to start your own business, the same thing goes for that situation. It will be uncomfortable, but you know what must be done in order to take those next steps that you desire, in order to get towards that new space that you're not currently in. And as you know, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. So because on this channel, my Pisces babies are not insane, you know that you have to change something in order to have a different result, whether that be a positive result, a challenging result. I see in the Olive Ridley Sea Turtle that you know what must be done. You know you need to put in effort in order to get to that next spot and get uncomfortable. But the blue shark shows me that what comes as a huge surprise is very, very quick serendipity. So you will have quick responses from the universe when you're moving in the right direction. So quick influxes of cash, quick yeses when it comes to doing things professionally. So going to interviews and receiving a yes very quickly about getting a new position, a new job. And I want you to know that what's next is no accident. All of these little serendipities that are not necessarily as huge as lottery wins, but they're pretty big. They're pretty significant. They can be a little life-changing. This is all meant to be. This is all showing you that the more you are unafraid to get out of your comfort zone and to just do what you know needs to be done, the more you will be rewarded. Next up, we've got a card that popped itself on to this side where we can see what animal it corresponds to, what oceanic creature, and we've got the Dumbo octopus. This is actually one of my favorite cards from my BTS deck. I mean, just look at it, it is so cute. If you want to see like the cutest creature ever, just Google Dumbo octopus. I promise you will not regret it. The Dumbo octopus stands for you not chasing, attracting what you desire instead. So stop chasing, because if you believe in the law of attraction or energies, you know that chasing means that you are implying something is not yours. That's why you're chasing it, and you will attract more of that thing just running away because it seems like it's not meant to be yours. If it was meant to be yours, then you wouldn't need to chase it. That's what the law of attraction states, and kind of gives you as a little clue for what to do in order to have more of what you desire. To have what you want, you need to stop chasing and focus on the action that implies that you've already got it, like this is what is meant to be. So if you're, for example, looking to attract love, stop chasing people who aren't as into you as you are into them. Don't beg an ex to take you back or for forgiveness. Don't go on dates with people who don't put in effort. And if someone ghosts you, for example, don't take them back, don't chase them, don't ask them why they have ghosted you. Simply move on and watch how a lot of people will flock back to you. Watch how a lot of people will not expect that, and then actually you will be the one driving them crazy. Trust me, it works every single time. Next up, we've got gratitude. What I see here that comes as a huge surprise is like as soon as you stop putting in the effort, as soon as you stop people pleasing and you focus on yourself, as soon as you stopped chasing, all of a sudden everyone is so grateful to have even an ounce of you, even a second of your attention, which is counterintuitive, right? Because you wish people were already like that when you were willing to give them your time, your energy, your efforts, your love. So it is a little bit agitating that often people only show care or gratitude for you once they've almost lost you a little bit, or once you've decided to set down heavy boundaries. But that's just unfortunately often the case, and something we just need to deal with as humans. And you need to learn to play the game as well within this lifetime, this society that we live in. Now here within the sacred journey, I see that an unexpected surprise that's coming towards you is a journey, is some sort of travel, some sort of sacred journey in the sense of going to a place where your ancestors already existed. So maybe you are going to your homeland, your hometown, and I mean a place where you know for sure your ancestors used to live and rule and exist. And I also see within the blue shark and the sacred journey that a big part of your purpose here on this planet is to be someone who gives back to others, is to be very philanthropic. You have a big calling of touching everyone's life in a very illuminating and positive way, and being one of those signs of the zodiac that is able to forgive and able to move on, no matter how difficult, no matter how wronged you were. And a lot of people, definitely, they ask themselves how you do it, my beautiful Pisces babies. But you are meant to be that inspiring sign that shows other human beings what they can do, what they can be like if they just want to, if they just put the effort in, if they just try, if they just choose forgiveness instead of holding grudges. And I see here within the appetite that just as we had in the olive ridley sea turtle, getting out of your comfort zone. I am actually a little bit surprised that we've got this within your reading about surprises that are coming towards you, because at some point you will need to stop being surprised, my beautiful Pisces babies, about the fact that you are pushed out of your comfort zone. You're a very warm, nurturing, loving, caring, kind sign, but in order for you to grow, to progress, to be successful, you have to be pushed out of your comfort zone, because your comfort zone, it's warm, it's fuzzy. Nobody wants to leave that place. I mean, nobody even wants to leave your arms, my gorgeous Pisces, okay? So getting out of your comfort zone, getting out of a space that you have created, that's even more difficult. But when you manage to do so, you can truly conquer the world. And that is something that a lot of people don't see coming with you. It comes as a surprise once Pisces is on a roll and once Pisces has decided to do something. And I see here within the chrysoprase that you are also being called to allow yourself to receive gifts, to receive attention, love. don't say no to things. When people want to do things for you, accept it, because usually you are on the giving end. You are the one who's there for others. You are the glue that holds the family together and holds the community together. Let me just put our little sacred journey right back here. So knowing the chrysoprase crystal, this is an indication that you have not allowed yourself to receive to the extent that you really should, and there are more gifts coming towards you. There's more attention that's coming towards you, and it is really essential that you learn to just take it, to hold it, to kind of relish in it, and to feel happy about the fact that this is part of your life. This is part of your existence, okay? People want to do things for you. People want to be there for you. Let them, my gorgeous Pisces babies. If they didn't want to, they wouldn't, but they do. Detox your life from these thoughts that make you feel as though you're not deserving or you shouldn't. Know here that what comes as a big surprise in the shungite, which is a highly protective crystal. It is a very mythical one as well. Know that you must rid yourself of anything and anyone that is just not allowing you to focus on gratitude, that is not allowing you to feel comfortable receiving, because there are definitely some people who are envious. There are some people who take your kindness as a weakness, okay? So the shungite is representative of detoxing that. Don't be surprised when you end up with maybe a smaller contact list. That's just how it goes, but you will be happier. And a smaller contact list, but true happiness, support, and love being around you is worth so much more than having a lot of people in your life, trust me. I see within the Phantom Quartz that what comes as a huge surprise for a stability-loving sign like yourself is that you are embracing change. You are embracing the fact that things are never going to be how they used to be, and that's fine for you. You are embracing that because you know that if you want a different result, obviously how you've been living up until this point, or the things you have been doing, the hobbies you have had, or the certain friend circles you've been in, something will need to change. Something will need to give and be different, and some sort of comfort that you have had for a long time will have to come to an end, and you'll have to build something new that is more in alignment with where you're trying to go. And it comes as a surprise, but at the same time, it is truly necessary in order for you to lead the life of your dreams, my beautiful Pisces. And you're willing to do that. Ooh, okay. We've got the letter V within this deck, which stands for victory in some endeavor. This is an amazing way for us to slowly start coming to the end of your 3-part reading. So you will be victorious in some sort of endeavor is what I meant to say. And my gorgeous Pisces, this is very well deserved. In connectivity to miracles, it makes sense that there would be positive miracles that are coming towards you. But do know here within the rat that nevertheless, jealousy, that is something we've got here. Someone working against you behind your back. Watch your back, my beautiful Pisces babies. Make sure you don't confide in anyone who you're not sure of, that you don't share too much information with someone who you haven't vetted, because know here within the horseshoe, luck is on your side. Prosperity, serendipity, good fortune, we've got that here. The horseshoe, which is upright, actually is said to catch the abundance in here. If the horseshoe is reversed, you know, with the opening towards the bottom like this, then that means that your wealth, your good luck, and your fortune is actually falling out of it. So that's why we've got this upright here. That is the meaning of the horseshoe symbol, in case you didn't know. So it's a very prosperous one for you, my gorgeous Pisces. And then we've got the younger woman. So there are dealings or a relationship with a younger woman that you need to look out for. And that's what I see here with the rat. This is the type of person, you can maybe already even see it within their expression, where you've got to take some space. You've got to be careful. You've got to be watchful of what's going on here in this situation, and keep your distance, because this is the person that's working against you. This is the person in connectivity to the shungite that we need to detox out of your life. Next up, we've got the butterfly, which stands for a change for the better. That's exactly what this is going to be. Sometimes it's painful to get rid of someone you've known or someone who you thought you could trust, but it's a change for the better, my beautiful Pisces. It is a much needed change that will be healthy. It's like a breath of fresh air for you. And I want you to understand here within the butterfly that Doing this for you is something you will not regret. Next up, we've got the Dark Woman. I see here dealings or a relationship with a woman with dark complexion or dark hair, somebody who may accompany you on your sacred journey, someone who is helping you to embrace the change, someone who is part of the change for a better. Okay, so this is a new friend. This is a replacement for the younger woman, someone who is wiser, more mature, and who's not jealous, who can really embrace you and your accomplishments. Then, last but not least, we've got coins. Money will be coming to you. This is an amazing way for us to close off your reading, my beautiful Pisces babies. Leave a little money bag emoji below in the comment section just to manifest it, just to really solidify this. Know here within the coins that what comes as a surprise to you is financial abundance, quite literally coins and money that's coming towards you. So we're at the end of your prediction, my beautiful Pisces babies, and I really hope that you enjoyed this. I hope you found it insightful and fun, and that you like the interactive nature of my pick a card tarot readings. If you're new here, and this is the first time and you're still here, we clearly vibe with one another. Make sure you don't forget to subscribe to the channel to never miss another pick a card tarot reading. Know that I'm sending you so much love, so many hugs. Thank you for spending this divine time and space with me, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings.